Twitch and Discord experience to the next level? Introducing Easy Daybot, your ultimate bot for seamless interaction. Whether you're live on Twitch or chatting on Discord, Easy Daybot's dynamic responses open up a whole new world of possibilities. Engage with your community like never before through unique prompts, custom reactions, and endless fun. It's the bot that understands you. Make every day an Easy Day download now at easydaybot.com.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need: Maconi.
We now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Welcome to the Tier 1 Racing League, where precision, competition, and innovation come together to create the ultimate iRacing experience. Every race, every battle, and every moment in T1TS, T1L, T1X, and special events is brought to you by Tier 1 Studios, the premier destination for professional high-quality broadcasts. Tune in and experience racing like never before. Explore everything we have to offer at Tier1RacingLeague.com. From race schedules and standings to event galleries and league signups, it's all there at your fingertips. Join the competition, watch the action, be part of the legacy. Tier 1 Racing League, where champions are made.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the virtual Coliseum of Speed, the hallowed grounds of racing history, Daytona International Speedway. This afternoon, engines roar, the adrenaline surges, and the world watches as Tier 1 Racing League continues with their racing with this electrifying exhibition race, the Daytona i500, presented by Maconi Setup Shop. 500 miles of high-octane action, 200 laps around the most iconic oval in motorsport. A battle of precision, endurance, and strategy, where every corner, every draft, and every daring move will determine who rises to glory and who falls back into the pack. This isn't just the start of a racing season, it's a showcase of grit, talent, and determination. Drivers from across the globe have gathered, united by a singular goal of conquering the high banks of Daytona and claiming their place in the annals of iRacing greatness. The stakes are high, the competition fierce, and yes, there are prizes to be won, but for those racers out on track, it's not about the reward, it's about the legacy they leave on this legendary track. Green flag is moments away, and the anticipation is palpable. The engines are ready and the drivers are focused. The Daytona i500 is here. Who will cross the start-finish line and etch their names into Tier 1's record books? We will have to see. Strap in, hold on tight, and get ready to witness a clash of the titans. This is racing at its finest. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zachary Woods. I'm up here in the booth, joined by my colleague, David Modispaw, and we are so excited to present to you this awesome race here at Daytona, presented by Tier 1 Racing. David, what do you think about this grand spectacle we're about to witness?
A Daytona 500, a place where it all begins in a lot of leagues. Man, I am excited to see all the action. A lot of great drivers here, names we know, a couple names we don't, so excited to see what they do. Big shout out to the race sponsor today, Maconi Setup Shops, the official setup shop of eNASCAR. But not only are they good for setups, they do things like broadcasting, event promotion, coaching, paint schemes, so much more. Give them a check out on their website, MaconiSetupShops.com. Check out all that they have to offer. Zach, I'm excited to see all the racing today. 500 miles, guts, glory, determination, everything on the line. So excited to call it with you.
We're about 6 minutes away from qualifying here at Daytona, so let's talk about what these drivers are going to have to expect here by taking a look at the track specs for today as these drivers are going to tackle Daytona. As you can see here, there are a number of things to be wary about. We have a track temperature of 89 degrees, but the air temperature is 79. The good news for these drivers is that it is cloudy. It's a bit of an overcast race, so these drivers are not going to be lacking for grip. However, the wind might play a little bit of a factor in today's race as these drivers make their way across this 2.48-mile super speedway. You might have to check out for some aero push off these corners with that 7-mile-an-hour wind.
Certainly something these drivers are going to have to keep in mind, but you know, with all these cars racing together, hopefully see some good tight pack racing. That win should be somewhat negated, especially for the cars in the middle of the pack, and certainly that's going to play into some strategy that we'll talk about a little later on here.
Absolutely, and let's talk about strategy, well, right now. Why wait, David, as we are going to be taking a look at the Daytona i500. That means there's 500 miles. There's quite a bit of laps to cover. These drivers are going to have a bit of a break here during this race. Stage racing comes to Tier 1 here in this exhibition race at Daytona. There's quite a number of drivers from different disciplines. You have the leagues. This league in particular runs legend cars and truck cars and Xfinity cars and Cup cars and, well, anything they can get their hands on. But now they gotta sort of mold into what the Cup Series is doing with stage racing. Talk to these folks about what stage racing means in a points race, but we can give them an opportunity to rest.
So certainly some opportunity for drivers here to take a break, kind of see what their car is doing. Stage 1 going to be at lap 25, stage 2 at lap 50. So these drivers getting a little bit of a break.
Yeah, it sounds like you need a break. It sounds like you need a break up here in the booth, David. We're just a handful of minutes in. You better take your break now because the action's gonna come to us pretty quick. But yeah, to finish your thought, we are certainly gonna have opportunities to take advantage of these stage breaks. One of the drivers that we are going to talk to, hopefully, at these stages is going to be the driver, the number 7, Ricky Gonzalez. He's our in-race reporter for the day, and we're going to have the opportunity to view him as stages come along.
Certainly something that I am looking forward to, and of course, these drivers have been practicing for quite a while now. Have about 2 hours of practice on the schedule, wrapping out the last 2.5 minutes here, so excited to see what these drivers can pull over, and certainly excited to see what they can put on for stage racing here.
Like a good teammate, David, I will handle the next bit for you so you can clear your throat before we start racing. Speaking of teammates, here at Daytona, a attribute that is well known at this style of super speedway racing is drafting. And we do have a number of teammates working together all throughout the practice session. We'll bring them to you as the match unfolds. But drafting here is a big deal. And sometimes throughout the course of the race, you want to find them early. You want to make sure that you're all together. But the problem is, when it comes to Daytona, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when the big one will come around. And if all your friends are gathered together, that could mean that your whole team is out. And in a race that involves actual prizes, which we are having the privilege to broadcast today with this Daytona i500, you at least want one of your friends to make it here to the end. So perhaps spreading out and sort of making sure that at least one of your friends from your stable is available at the end of this thing might be the strat to go.
Absolutely. A lot on the line for these drivers, and for our first place finisher, quite a lot of prize money up for grabs, as well as some other cool benefits. So our first place finisher today is going to be getting $300, of course. All that money coming from the entry fees these drivers paid to be here. In addition to that $300 prize pool, they're also getting a 3D printed trophy for the Daytona 500. Super great, super awesome. And then Maconi setup shops, fantastic offer, getting a 1-month deal for an all setup from Maconi setup shops. That's a $49.99 value right there. So these drivers, all in all, get tons of bang for their buck racing around here today. And like you mentioned, it's all about being there at the end. So you want to find your friends early and use that draft, but make no mistake about it, come that last lap, there might be some friendships broken just a little bit so that they can get those bragging rights coming to the finish.
Certainly in a race that's filled with prizes such as this, and I mean, it's not just the fact that payouts are, well, ones that cascade running where it's not just the winner that gets something, but perhaps by the end of this thing, as we transition into qualifying, your friends are where you find them, and we're definitely going to see that as this race continues along. Now, as we transition into qualifying, there's something that I think that you guys need to make known as we transition now into qualifying. We'll talk to you right after this transition. And let's take a look here at qualifying. The one thing you need to know is that, well, here at Daytona, all the practice times that we saw, David, forget about it. You got a single car qualifying, which means the times that we witnessed here in practice might not be indicative of the fast lap times that you're able to produce out here.
Absolutely, and understanding how these cars react solo is important for these drivers, especially later on in this race. We're probably going to see the packs break apart a little bit, so that might mean a car or two out on their own, but we're certainly going to take a look here. You should see somewhere around 3, maybe even 5 seconds of fall off between what these cars were running in practice to what they're going to be able to put up solo. So excited to see what times these cars can run on their own, but certainly going to be keeping an eye out to see who can take advantage of that solo car time and put themselves atop this leaderboard, get that front position starting this race off.
As we take a look here at the number 37 machine of Christopher Lunsford, David, walk us through a successful time trial here at Daytona. These next gens, they have 5 gears, but as I understand, that's not the opportune gear to lay down a fast qualifying time.
So a lot of drivers here have gone back and forth, especially over iRacing's updates, trying to figure out what really works best at a super speedway. What I personally have landed on is I like to run these tracks high and fast on my first out lap, maybe even half or so of my first lap to get that car fully up to speed, make sure that I'm running great. But I never touch that 5th gear. While I'm running on these super speedways, I've found, especially in a lot of these newer setups, that 4th gear really is about as much as you need. You'll never really take advantage of switching over to that 5th gear during qualifying here. So don't be surprised to see a couple of these drivers as we keep panning around through them here. See them starting off kind of on that high line, building up that speed, get 4th gear really run out as good as you can, and then they'll drop to that low line. Some of them might shift to 5th gear, all personal preference, but I really feel like you get your best time running that low line in 4th gear on your second lap as we start to see some times trickle in here.
Yeah, and certainly how you wrap that yellow line is key to a fast lap here at Daytona. I found that often you got to let the car drift out of the corner a little bit away from that yellow line, continue to carry that momentum. And then also, as we take a look here at Christian Norris, a key for a fast qualifying lap on your out lap is to make sure that that wall doesn't slow you down. Not a lot of people know, but if you're close up to that wall, it scrubs speed off of the race car just because of the wind that we experience here at Daytona.
Certainly some aerodynamic factors at play even on the qualifying laps. You want to be somewhat close to that wall, maybe within about an arm's reach, we'll say, but as you mentioned, you get too close to that wall, the different aero effects on the next-gen car in particular, having a fully rounded body style compared to the Gen 6 where you had a flat side to kind of put up against the wall there. Certainly some things slowing you down with some drag and some air getting caught along the edge of the fence there.
We have about half the field qualified right now, but just take a look at some of these times up here on the board. A 49.05, and it's just changed to Jaden Hopp here is in the number 81 machine. He just notched a 49.02, but David, look how close some of these fast lap times are. 49.02, 49.05, 49.07. We got a tie between 4th and 5th right now as we have a new contender to the top of the board. This one's even closer as their times are identical on the pylon. A third one.
times so close that it is impossible for us to show here those 49.02s. Now, what you could be seeing could be the exact same times, but iRacing does measure out to the thousandths position, even though it doesn't always show it. So that 49.02 could be a 49.02.8 and a 49.02.5, let's say. But on top of that, if the times are comparatively tied, iRacing will default to the user's iRating. So certainly good to have those official races under your belt, get that iRating up there when you're doing special events like these. Might help gain you a position or two, especially when you have that fast time at the top of the leaderboard. Hate to see somebody lose out, but holy cow, a 48.97 rolling in now from Brantley Rodden. Certainly a monster of a lap here. Usually don't see times much below that 49 mark, so great lap for him.
Wow, that is incredible. And I mean, Darrell Young Jr. probably was feeling pretty good about himself for a split second, running a 48.99, and then here comes Rodden, and he goes, nope, I got you, a 48.97 from Rodden at the top of the speed chart. Let's take a look here on the grid. Ricky Gonzalez is going to take his qualifying lap in the number 7 Li Ford. Am I looking at this right? He's driving a Ford today. So here comes Ricky. You can take a look at the in-cockpit cam. David, as we ride along with Ricky, what are some of the keys in laying down a fast lap? You can see him wrapping his yellow line.
So he is on that bottom line. He is in that fourth gear, as I mentioned earlier. A lot of drivers really starting to prefer that over wrapping it out to that fifth gear setup. And as he goes around the track, he's just running that low line, making sure that he stays nice and as tight as he can to that yellow line, keeping the car up to speed, really getting a good run. And Ricky does a great job consistently driving. I've raced with him. You've raced with him. This guy is fast, and certainly I think one of those guys that we're going to see later on in this race.
I'll tell you what, though, Brantley Rodden and Darrell Young Jr., they're going, that's easy work. We're sitting at the pylon, the only two drivers below a 49 second. That is crazy. As we take a look at Justin Bird out here, making his way around the racetrack in that number 27 Chevrolet. Excited to see how Justin does today. Looks like he is winding down. Scott McGillen coming out here from St. Louis. David, we got people from all over, and I can say this, the world coming in and racing this race.
Certainly looking around at some of these drivers, seeing their hometowns and all over the world. It is great to have iRacing as a service, and of course having Tier 1 put on this special event, Maconi Setup Shop sponsoring this event. You get to see people from all over the place, and what's really special to me is the relationships that this service brings. You talk about people racing all over the country, but at events like this, you get to talk to people from all over the world, as you mentioned. I've personally raced with people from Australia, the UK. It is just so great to see all different cultures come together and, of course, work together for the first, let's say, 498 miles of this race, and then really put it all on the line for those last 2 miles or so.
Absolutely, and these drivers are trying to put out their best here in qualifying. We have just a number of folks that have yet to qualify. Some of these folks are waiting longer in the session, trying to find out which numbers they got to beat in order to get a good qualifying spot here. And David, I mean, qualifying does matter. We talk about a field this big. Qualifying sets up pit road, and who knows, at a track like this, we know that cautions are bound to happen. Pit stall selection, as iRacing automatically does it, can be really important.
100%, and it really comes down to driver's preference, but especially knowing where you're going to be at on pit road is a big help. And then for some drivers, I know personally, I am one of those drivers that regardless of where I qualify, I want to be towards the back of the field at the start. Well, some of those drivers even take that to the next level and say, you know what? I ran my practice laps. I feel great with my setup. I'm going to stay towards the back of the field, try to stay out of any trouble that goes on early, really get a feel for these other drivers, and they'll skip qualifying altogether. They just want to take their time, They know that they're going to be at the end of pit road for their pit stall. There might be one or two other drivers that didn't qualify with them. So anywhere in those last couple of pit stalls. And it really gives you an opportunity to see what's going on ahead of you, see who's taking tires, see who's taking fuel, and just kind of get an understanding for pit strategy as you're coming into your own pit stall.
Yeah, and of course, it should jumble up the friendships that you make on track, right? Just because you're with each other on the racetrack, you could go down pit road and everybody's parked everywhere else, and you could get spat out of pit road, well, pretty far away from anybody that you know. It is interesting, this exhibition race being 500 miles, and this field largely trying to figure each other out. I mean, it is quite a big field, and in a race such as this, where there's prizes to be won, there might be some grace involved when it comes to figuring out who's a good drafter and who's a good pusher, who can lead a line. I would expect these guys to really make their way and try to figure out who is who on a grid this size. And speaking of the grid, and now that the grid is set, we might be able to, here in a moment, tell you the lineup for this race here at Daytona, the World Center of Racing.
Certainly gonna take a look at that, but as you mentioned, finding those people that are good to work with, I just wanted to bring up those stages again. Lap 25, what I expect to see within those first 25 laps is going to be those drivers figuring it out. Who can I work with? Who qualified around me that I can really trust to push me and put that together? So in that 25 laps, I think we're really going to see some of these getting together.
All right, let's take a look here at the qualifying results for Tier 1's Daytona i500, presented by Maconi Setup Shop. And we'll go, I'll go through the first 10, and David, you'll take the next 10, and that's how we'll work our way through the order. Brantley Rodden is on point for today's race in the 73 machine, with Daryl Young Jr. qualifying second. Kenny Neal rolling off third. It was a late qualifying run for Kenny, but he gets it up to third in the number 11 machine. Kamira Samata is making his debut. As you can see, his team name is called the Czech NASCAR team, so that's how we can say folks are here from all over the world. There's a few of them here today. Excited to talk about them later on. Jaden Hopp. Then we have another member of the Czech NASCAR team, Jacob Samantha, here as well. Logan York, Joe Thompson, Greg Wood Jr., and Cody Mitchell rounding out your top 10.
Starting out in 11th, you have Justin Bird, followed up by Ricky Gonzalez there. Mentioned that we were going to take a couple of moments and talk to him later on in this race. Good to see him qualifying relatively towards the top of the field. In 13th, we have Caleb Collins, Christopher Lunsford in 14th, William McKellar the 4th in 15th, Jason Gajkowski in 16th, Zach Lockett in 17th, and 18th, Scott McKillen. 19th position, we're looking at Angel Rodriguez, and then Michael Barksdale rounding out your top 20.
David Pachal starting 21st with Jared Magoon in 22nd. 23rd will feature Dave Null, and then beside him is Brian Lepard. 25th will roll off Nathan Barksdale with Greg Wood Sr. starting in 26th. Wes Fuller from Titletown Racing rolls off 27th with another member of that same stable, Blake Howell, rolling off 28th. Keep going through the running order. 29th will be Christian Morris, and Ross Tate will be 30th to start this one.
Another familiar name for you and I, Bill Sleep, a consistent racer, rounding out the field there in 31st. Then we have Brandon Honeycutt in 32nd, Andrew Teft coming off 33rd, Kirby Wainscott in 34th today, Curtis Ecker in 35th, and Michael Bollinger there in 36th today.
The 36-car field features
those final four drivers not taking times there, so keep an eye on them and see what they can do.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. You were right on top of each other. Yeah. So those final few drivers maybe are doing what you talked about earlier, David. They want to hide in the back. They want to bide their time. And with stage breaks, you get enough people hanging around the back, Hey, who knows? That might be the winning strategy.
Keeping it clean early on, and certainly a long way to go. That lap 25 mark being a little over the 50 to 75-ish mile range there. So drivers just taking some time, learning some things, making sure that they get things right before they start making their way up through the field. Just going to make sure that everything is going as they plan, keeping away from all the trouble up front.
David, we talked about one particular sponsor for this race before, Maconi Setup Shop, but it does take a village to host something like this, and Tier 1 is really blessed to know a number of sponsors that are willing to donate their time and efforts to help out with this league. I think you got one on tap ready to talk about.
Sure do. The big sponsor, and see a lot of them here in Tier 1, would be Easy Daybot. They promote streaming smarter, chatting better, growing your community. They're really a great interactive bot that helps you just organize events, take things to the next level, keep your audience engaged and connected. They do so much here in the Tier 1 League, and it is great to see all the events and things popping up through all the different series. As we mentioned, Tier 1 is a very busy league. They got things like the Tier 1 Truck Series, which is starting up tomorrow. They have the Legends cars. They have the Xfinity Series, and all these great things going on. Speaking of the other series, the Truck Series, of course, starting tomorrow. They're running a schedule that runs all the way out to April. So if you're interested in that, be sure to hit up the Tier 1 Racing League, see what you can do to get your name into the hat for the Truck Series. And then Tier 1 Legends cars, they're in week 3 of their series right now. They're going to Nashville Fairgrounds coming up here January 21st. So certainly lots going on, but Easy Day helps keep all of that info kind of together, keeping the audience engaged, and of course letting the people know when events are coming up. Such a great thing for this league.
Yeah, and as we're taking a look at a couple drivers working on some tandem drafting here, I'm sure Christian Morris is looking for some redemption as he's driving the Detroit Lions machine out around this racetrack, probably racing with a bit of a heavy heart, maybe some determination. We'll see how many Dan Campbell-like kneecaps he takes today when it comes to Rufus out here on the racetrack. More drivers practicing pit road entry and things like that. David, we really haven't talked about pit road entry, but it is a vibrant part of super speedway racing, especially if we get there under green.
Getting to pit road under green on a super speedway, probably one of the most challenging things that you'll face as a oval racer here on the iRacing service. You really have to understand the cars around you, and certainly hope that you're in communication as you're coming to pit road, as there is a lot of room kind of getting to the entry of pit road, but once you're down to that commitment line, there is not a whole lot of room left for judgment anymore. And these cars going all the way from 200 miles an hour down to the 55 miles an hour, I believe it is, here at Daytona for pit road speed. So they have to figure out, hey, I'm going to go to the inside wall. The driver in front of them, okay, if you're going to hug the inside wall, I'll take the yellow line. So getting all these drivers, especially when you have a big group coming down to pit road, to kind of pick their lines and make sure that they're not running into each other as they get these cars load up from 200 miles an hour all the way down to about 60 miles an hour, we'll say, to get onto pit road certainly does present its challenges, and hopefully we'll see that play out fairly kindly to all the drivers today under green flag conditions.
Always dangerous getting down to pit road. Let us now transition to a quick ad break before we transition to cars out on the racetrack. We'll be right back.
Your Twitch and Discord experience to the next level? Introducing Easy Daybot, your ultimate bot for seamless interaction. Whether you're live on Twitch or chatting on Discord, Easy Daybot's dynamic responses open up a whole new world of possibilities. Engage with your community like never before through unique prompts, custom reactions, and endless fun. It's the bot that understands you, Make every day an Easy Day download now at easydaybot.com.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Maconi.
We now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Welcome to the Tier 1 Racing League, where precision, competition, and innovation come together to create the ultimate iRacing experience. Every race, every battle, and every moment in T1TS, T1L, T1X, and special events is brought to you by Tier 1 Studios, the premier destination for professional high-quality broadcasts. Tune in and experience racing like never before. Explore everything we have to offer at Tier1RacingLeague.com. From race schedules and standings to event galleries and league signups, it's all there at your fingertips. Join the competition, watch the action, be part of the legacy. Tier 1 Racing League, where champions are made.
Welcome back to the World Center of Racing as we are getting ready for cars to grid up here at the Tier 1 Racing League Daytona i500 presented by Maconi Setup Shop. As you can see here, here's the grid in front of us. We'll let that cycle through as we've read through that earlier today, but maybe if you are unfamiliar with some of these names up here on the screen, you can attach yourself to one and see if your favorite driver makes their way to the front. David, as the folks look up here on the grid and take a look through the chart, I mean, obviously we take a look at guys like Rodden and Young Jr. as fast in qualifying, but who do you have your eyes set up on as drivers to watch?
Some very consistent drivers in the field today. One of those names that comes to mind, not always great at super speedway racing, but certainly consistent. You got names like Bill Sleep out there, Greg Wood Jr., Ricky Gonzalez. These guys are all great in their racecraft, knowing what to do and when to do it. Titletown Racing in general, I could speak to them for hours, of course, racing with those guys in other leagues. They're super consistent. I'm excited to see some of these drivers that I don't know much about, see how they develop over the course of this race. So I'm just really looking for a couple of those drivers that I know, but certainly going to keep an eye out here in Stage 1 to see who's pushing that envelope just a little bit, trying to get that position here early on.
Yeah, and of course you can't forget the drivers from the Czech Republic that are here. So, I mean, there's so many unknowns when it comes to this field. Really excited as the drivers are making their way around, trying to catch the pace drive. They're following in the line, but nerves, I'm sure, are starting to rattle.
500 miles ahead of them. Plenty of time to go. Trying to get those nerves out early, and certainly always a couple of hiccups coming off of pit road there. So these drivers just making sure that they're all set up, getting ready to go as that pace truck brings them around here down the back straightaway. We'll enter turn 3 and really get started, get excited to get underway here at the Daytona International Speedway, the World Center of Racing, of course. Everything brought to you by Maconi Setup Shops today, so excited to see everything taking place.
2 Toyotas sponsored by HDR will lead field off of turn 4 as the pace truck has the lights off, and it's time to take a deep breath as drivers are anticipating a grueling contest around the World Center of Racing. They are ready to go, and we hope you are too. Probably the weakest link in all this will be the broadcasters in the booth, but get ready, pull those belts tight as the pace truck looks to make its way off of pit road. Brantley Rodden, Darrell Young Jr. will lead a field of 36 cars to the green flag here at Daytona International Speedway.
Green flag racing underway as the flag flies. These drivers certainly lining up nose to tail, getting that push, trying to get their line to the front early and often. Darrell Young position, but make no mistake about it, these positions are going to change rapidly with the drafting as they make their way down to the backstretch. As you can already see, Brantley Rodden back up to that first place position. He's taking some moves, moving up to that top line. He says, no way that you're going to take it away from me this early. I'm moving up, taking that position from you.
Drivers are jockeying for position, trying to figure out which lane is going to be the preferred line here. Side by side as the number 11 makes his way to the top lane. Can it be Kenny Real leading them for the first lap at Daytona? I think it will be, as the 11 makes his way across the
Drivers certainly trying to figure out which one is going to be better, and we didn't talk about it all that much in our pre-race show. In fact, I don't think we mentioned it, but certainly two dominant lines here that you see at Daytona, the low line and the high line. Which one is better, which one is worse? What it certainly comes down to is how many cars can you get to work with you on each line. Right now, it's certainly looking like that top line is going to be very dominant, as there is a very strong push in that top row. That number 2 machine of Logan York getting pushed by the 11 of Kenny Real right now on that high line. Other drivers lining up nose to tail behind them. You don't want to push the guy in front of you too hard if you're not the first car in line, but certainly making sure that these drivers mind their P's and Q's, and now it's starting to look like drivers are getting spread back out as we have a caution flag here.
There is a caution here at Daytona. It only took 3 laps for chaos to break out, but we do have a yellow flag here with Logan York leading the field, and we're going to have to get some eyes on that yellow flag as they catch the pace truck here, but it is definitely going to be one worth breaking down. David, walk us through what happens.
Searching through the field at the moment, not 100% sure what happened, but as we take a look here, it looks like the 35 machine got a little squirrely there in turn 2, maybe 3. Comes down, whacks the 5 machine there, and certainly some heavy damage for those cars here early on. Doesn't look like a whole lot of other cars have been affected as of yet.
And these drivers are trying to sort things out, as I'm sure there's going to be damage inflicted on some of these machines. Yeah, look at that. The 35 hard into the outside wall. That's Wes Fuller. And these guys are just trying to pick up the pieces, trying to figure out how in the world did this happen on lap 3?
3 and 4 machines also taking some decent hits there, so have to keep an eye on them, see how they get those cars fixed back up and back onto track. Certainly something we will keep an eye on. Looks like out of the cars involved, only a couple drivers on pit road so far, so keep an eye on them and see what happens here as we start to get the field stacked back up and getting ready to go back to green flag racing.
And these drivers are ready to go, I'm sure, trying to shake out some nerves when it comes to trying to figure out all right, we got the nerves out of the way, we wrecked early, let's try to just rein it in here and see what happens. Let's take a look here at our second ad for the day. We have Rap Surgeon here on deck. David, tell the folks about Rap Surgeon.
Rap Surgeon, they're specifically there to make your ride look good. You need a fresh new look for your ride or for your brand, Rap Surgeon has you covered. From stunning car paints to eye-catching logos, they make your vision come to life. Rap Surgeon is where your creativity meets precision. Check them out here at the Tier 1 Racing League. Of course, Rap Surgeon doing some great job. I know a couple of the cars on track repping Rap Surgeon as a sponsor, specifically that number 67 of Greg Wood Jr. Great, love to see it. Great guy. He does a fantastic job. Hit him up for any of your wrap needs or paint needs, iRacing or otherwise. He can design it for you. As I said, does fantastic work all the time.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be a colorful field today, and Greg is in part a reason for that. His paints are always bright and vibrant, at least the colors that he always tends to sport on his ride. But there's definitely he's very flexible when it comes to his stuff. Whatever you want, Greg is pretty lenient on what he slaps onto a car. It always looks fast, and with Greg driving, well, it's gonna.
Certainly great to see the paint schemes as we roll along the edge of the field here, seeing a couple of them up close and personal. And it's one of the other things I love about racing, especially in a 500. Yes, things are fast-paced, and yes, there's always a lot going on, but one of the great things is you get to take that opportunity, even though you're racing at 200 miles an hour nose to tail, is you can take a glance to your side every now and then and check out some of these awesome paint schemes that drivers are putting on. And I just love to see all the different schemes that come out here, especially to such a special event.
Yeah, these drivers are definitely sports good looks. Got some throwbacks in the field, and we got some drivers that are racing some very special stuff to them. Pretty neat to see all the different paints here in the field.
Drivers getting lined back up in their respective lanes as we are about halfway down the backstretch now, getting ready to go green flag racing here in half a lap. Taking a look through the field, looks like most of those cars are still relatively in good condition, so it looks like those drivers were able to get some minor repairs done for those that chose to pit. And certainly a couple of those drivers, I'm sure, coming down just to top off the fuel, give them some extra peace of mind as we get ready to go green flag racing here. And with that sage caution at lap 25 in mind, drivers just making sure they have enough to get there.
Yeah, I mean, making sure that you have enough juice in order to get the car across the finish line. That's always a good take when it comes to making sure your priorities are set. These drivers are making their way, trying to get to the green as the pace truck is off, and we are back underway here at Daytona with the O2 machine.
Logan York out front there. Kenny Reel was on the outside line for that restart. Still doing a great job with that inside line, really getting a great jump. The 81 of Jaden Hopp, of course, getting a great push from the 67 of Greg Wood Jr. Greg Wood Jr., of course, making his way to the front of this field. He's up 5-6 spots now, so keeping an eye on some of these drivers making their way, making moves early while this field is bunched up. Certainly great to see as we are lap 6 of 200 underway right now, and certainly that bottom line looking dominant on this restart. So even though we saw the high line there early on, looking like that bottom line starting to get things going.
Bottom line may be stretching, David, but we also have a development emerging already. The pack is starting to split. You see how this front group of drivers have made their way away from the next section of competitors. This is pretty normal. Just don't panic, get in a line, and back up to this front group.
Certainly two different mindsets that you're kind of seeing play out right now. That lead group, all about, I want to get to the front, I want to dominate this race, but maybe not necessarily the front car. Right now, because there is just a little bit of distance to go to that stage caution, you don't want to necessarily be the front car in a lead group. So what these drivers are doing, they're getting nose to tail, they're working out that draft, but they're saving a bunch of fuel. Everybody but that lead car. That lead car is burning maybe 3, 4, 5, maybe even a whole tenth more gallons per lap than the rest of the cars behind them. So something to keep an eye on. But right now, these drivers lining up nose to tail, trying to stay out of trouble. So what this second group has done, they backed off that lead group, just making sure they have some room to react if anything happens in front of them.
About the draft here, David, as we see the back and forth games already starting. Woo! By Logan York, and we can see here all throughout the field, these drivers are now starting to get in line. But as intense as this racing looks, David, if you're not the first guy in line, you're not all the way on the gas, or at least you shouldn't be right now.
Certainly. Riding about 3/4 throttle is pretty normal for these drivers, especially on super speedway racing and when you're in that kind of fuel saver mode. So some of these drivers, of course, pushing that throttle down all the way, trying to get as much as they can out of their car, get that position, while a couple of these drivers are still grouped up here at the front of the field. But a lot of these drivers are going to be taking advantage of that draft in front of them, again, saving that fuel anywhere from half a gallon a lap if you are that lead car, and we'll say as little as maybe 4/10 of a gallon or so a lap for some of those cars following in behind them. So certainly does make a lot of difference here, whether you're in draft or not. And then as a solo car, you're burning that whole gallon by yourself anyway, but still looking like everybody's grouped up for now, so no need to worry about that yet.
Yeah, the top of the line now is starting to splurt out here in the front. We talked about how the low line seemingly it's the high line starting to make some hay up here with fewer cars, mind you. That also has something to do with the fact that when you're in a longer line, especially on the low side at Daytona, more than you would anticipate into the corners. It seems to be hurting the momentum of the drivers that are hanging down there down on that low line.
And I'm glad you mentioned it, momentum. So what is huge for these drivers is making sure that you are nose to tail, yes, getting in nice and tight to the driver in front of you, doing everything you need to do to make sure that you're pushing them out a little bit away from your car, getting that speed up. But momentum is huge. When a driver decides to hop out of line or abandon the line entirely, there is this shift in the aerodynamics of the entire line you can feel all the way up at the front. So as soon as a car decides to abandon that line, you start slowing down a little bit as there isn't that push coming from behind you as much anymore. So certainly something to keep an eye on as you see these cars jumping back and forth. But it is also a necessity, right? As you're racing so tight to the car in front of you, your car starts to heat up, and you have to find somewhere to go to get those water temps back down, those oil temps back down, as we see some racing up here very tight for the lead between the 73 and the 2 machine. The 71, of course, pushing that 73 machine straight out to the lead at the moment. That is Brantley Rodden piloting that 73 machine. You got Kenny Reel up there pushing the 2 machine of Logan York. Plenty of racing going on still at the front of this field, and we still have a long way to go.
The two drivers that started on the front row really haven't left each other for quite some time. The 73 machine right now being shoved around this racetrack by Darrell Young. They are trying their hardest on the bottom line to make this thing work. But right now, that 02 machine, Logan York, he really knows how to lead a line up there as he makes a daring move to the inside as we go into turn 3.
Finding space where you can get it, sometimes taking space where you can get it. That 2 machine, of course, jumping down to the nose of that 73 machine. Sometimes not the best move, especially in the middle of a turn, but everybody able to work it out there, keeping everything straight. And Logan York, of course, cementing his name as, I want to be the leader of this thing come the end, so I'm going to be the leader right now.
Yeah, the Pied Piper, Logan York. He's doing a really good job of trying to balance lanes. Runs out. You can only play this game for so long until you get burnt.
Plenty of things to keep an eye on, as for the most part it looks like the rest of the field somewhat happy with the position they're in. You still have those cars on the outside line trying to push and make their way a little further up front, but the inside line doing a great job. And talking about side draft a little bit here, those cars on the inside line moving up towards that upper line, trying to just upset the aerodynamics of the car on that top side line and just drag them back a little bit, slow them down just enough so that the inside line can get some momentum and start moving forward again.
Yeah, and these drivers, wow, look at that. The 11 really pushing hard into the corner. Not really something you want here at Daytona, but I guess York's okay with it.
Certainly some drivers that have the mindset of, once we get into the corner, I want you to back off just a little bit, give me a little room just in case something goes wrong. We are turning these cars at 200 miles an hour, so I want that space between your front bumper and my rear bumper in case I make just a little bit of a mistake. But right now, that 11 and 2 machine, for the most part, I think that was about the first time we've seen them really get a gap between the two cars here for quite a while, and seeming very comfortable with pushing all the way through the turns. That is the other mindset, of course, is I want you to keep that front bumper planted into my rear bumper as long as you can. Get me that momentum, get me that speed, keep me out front. Right now, Logan York is certainly staying.
Yeah, absolutely. Move from Greg Wood going from top to bottom down there. He was pretty confident that he could lead the 73 and 71 machines to the front, but it just didn't pan out. It just doesn't look like that bottom line's got it right now. That high line's rolling. You do use more gas going around that top lane, though, so just something to keep in mind as we are on lap 15, going to lap 16 here. And remember, there's a stage break coming up, so these drivers are going to have a chance to breathe, but right now it's pretty intense with the two-car going back and forth.
Drivers, of course, starting to figure each other out, seeing what the other drivers around them like, and starting to get an understanding of how do I race this track, what do I need to do to get my way to the front of this field. So right now, Greg Wood Jr. leading that inside line has kind of figured out, hey, these drivers up front seem real comfortable with going full throttle, getting a great push, and I can take advantage of that, try to get this lower line up to the front of this field. Logan York, of course, saying, no way, Jose. He keeps jumping back and forth in between. Anytime that bottom line starts to get a little bit ahead, he'll dive down there, try to cut off a little bit of that momentum, but the lower line starting to get a couple more cars. Might start to get the momentum moving forward and might start to get out ahead.
Yeah, the problem is that as much as you want to just keep stacking cars and keep adding cars down there, trying to get the numbers, then you run into the problem of, well, there's nothing down here. Now we're going to check up, which plays into the Highline's hands as we can continue to see this battle raging on. Taking a look a little bit back here, I'm peeking right now at Joe Thompson in that 20 machine. He's made his way up here to third on the outside lane is York. Block on Greg Wood in the middle of the corner. They somehow survive.
Thompson in that 29 Amazon machine doing a great job piloting this car so far. And as we take a look at the onboard here, he's riding right in behind that number 11 machine of Kenny Reel. As you notice, he's not quite all the way up to the bumper of that 11 machine. As a third car in line, you want to be close, but if you get in and you just have a bump at the wrong time, that second car isn't quite lined up with the leader, you can cause a lot of issues. So he's doing a great job piloting that 29 machine right now, keeping it in line, but not getting too close and messing up the 11.
27 moves to the bottom line. That's Justin Bird trying to make a play now to the front with Greg Wood now pushing him as these drivers continue to run 2 by 2. Got a little battle up here in this front group, but there's a whole nother half the field here, David, that we really haven't talked about. And I don't want to move away as the 20 gets turned. Oh no, we got a spin here in the front group.
Drivers, of course, playing with fire up in the front group, and that's, of course, why the second group was leaning back a little bit. They wanted to make sure they had some room to react. Looks like everybody from the second group staying relatively clean, but a couple of dinged up cars here towards the front of the field. Doesn't look like anybody got it super, super bad. But with this track being so heavily aero-dependent, certainly going to have to do what they can to get that car smoothed out as much as they can, so that they can get back up to speed, stay with this draft, and make sure that they have a chance to come the end of this thing.
Absolutely, and the one that makes out like a bandit is the driver of the 02, Logan York, and unfortunately, this takes... David, they were racing so good for so long, and it just sort of fell apart here in the tri-oval.
Falling apart in the tri-oval, and we'll take a look, see what happened. Just to get a confirmation, but it looked like the 20 was just getting bent out of shape. Looks like the 7 machine here on his bumper getting a couple good taps, so we'll take a look at it for sure and get some confirmation. The 20 machine gets a little out of shape. Looks like he was maybe trying to pull out a line as the 72 comes up, gives him a good off-center shot, and that sends him down into the 73, of course. All these drivers having such a great race so far. You hate to see it happen, but 3-4 drivers just not having the best of luck right now. Going to have to get those cars fixed back up.
Absolutely. Bummer. These drivers tried so hard to keep things clean, and relatively so. They've done a pretty good job. We're on lap 20 of this 200 lapper here at Daytona, and now you're kind of faced with the decision, David. It doesn't seem like it, but I mean, if you got enough people, you're right before the stage. Do you pit here?
Certainly right on the edge of kind of what some of these drivers, I would say, are comfortable with. You still have a long way to go to that second stage break, but it looks like most of the field certainly is willing to take that chance. So maybe this fuel gauge stretches a little farther than I anticipated. A lot of these drivers coming down now, getting that car to service. take a look and see what their pit times are here as they come off of pit road, but certainly looking like most of the field taking advantage of grabbing that fuel a little bit early and then race through the end of the stage.
Taking a look at some of these pit stops and drivers are leaving pit road. You got to make sure you don't run into somebody. I mean, I know sometimes collision is off by the time you turn and get into your pit stall, but that's not a guarantee. You can still bump into people on pit road and really mess some stuff up. Taking a look here at the pit stop strategy off of pit lane. David, what are we looking at here when it comes to drivers making decisions on pit road?
Certainly looking like a lot of these drivers, just based on their time spent in the pit stall, were focused solely on putting some fuel into the car. Seeing a couple longer stops, maybe some repairs here or there, but I would find it hard to believe that drivers were taking tires here. Maybe one or two of them did, just to put some freshies on there, but certainly Daytona not a track that's going to eat away at those tires. And then maybe some of those cars that had some incidents where they were sliding around earlier, worried about a flat spot on their tires, so they might have changed out a set or two. But certainly for the most part, looks like everybody just topping off the tank here, getting ready to go back to green flag racing and getting some good hard racing in. Logan York, of course, offering his opinion, staying out on the track here, says, you know what, I know that we've had a ton of chaos, but I've been up front for a lot of this thing. Kenny Real behind him making the same choice. They're going to be the front row heading back to the restart. Certainly these two dominant so far. They've been up front for a lot of this first stage, so excited to see what they can do moving forward.
And these drivers are trying to get in position so that, well, I mean, there are rewards to be had. I mean, we talked about Maconi Setup Shop and their donation to this league in order to sort of sweeten the pot for this kind of racing. Maybe the reward of being up front early just got into the heads of some of these drivers early on. I think with the pot this nice, I might even be tempted to race a little bit more aggressively.
Certainly with all the rewards there, as we mentioned, the first place driver getting that $300 pot, the 3D trophy, the 1 month subscription to Maconi's all set up subscription. Just so much on the line for these drivers, and of course payouts for the top 5 all the way down. So second place getting $150, third place getting $75, and it just keeps trickling down to those drivers in the other positions. Certainly lots of things going on. And then something else I was looking at as we got ready for our event today is Rap Surgeon offers the 7th place finisher today a free paint scheme. So that's a $40 value right there. So plenty of prizes throughout this field, plenty of things on offer, and certainly these drivers making it known early that, hey, there might be a long way to go, but I still want to be at the front of this thing. So hoping to see these drivers settle in a little bit more, especially as we close in on the end of the first stage. But so far, everybody hot and heavy trying to stay up towards the front of this thing.
Yeah, these drivers are trying now to compete for positioning when it comes to making their way down pit road. We just saw a bunch of drivers take the strategy of, we're not going to pit at stage. And now to be a part of this second group, it's a big deal to put yourself in a position so that you are in a prime spot of, you got to be the first car of the next group to go down pit road here as the pace truck looks to make its way off the racing surface. 2 by 2 we will go quite a ways back. There's still a few stragglers back there, but for the most part we're all back together again, and Logan York will lead them underway to go get lap 23.
Logan York and that 2 machine getting a great jump off the restart there. And certainly that lower line looking like they struggled to get things together. Certain timing maybe just not really adding up. Maybe somebody at the front of the field not going right away, checking up those other drivers. So that top line doing a great job getting together right now. Pushing their drivers out. It looks like 3, maybe 4 cars just starting to get clear of that low line.
As we continue winding up the car, time in the race, as you can see, the 3-car breakaway here in the start of the field, but they'll get caught up here in a moment. But to get the car wound up, right? Find a friend and then make sure you're up to race speed quickly. Restarting here is a bit of an art.
It certainly is. Making sure that you switch through those gears at the right time, making sure that you're on the gas at the right time, making sure you're starting in the right gear here. There are some drivers that prefer to start out in a little bit higher of a gear, you know, first gear, second gear, what do I restart? A lot of drivers taking that second gear option, but I have heard of some taking that third gear option, and that might have been what we saw on the low line, somebody trying something they're not used to, taking that third gear option, and instead of having the engine wound up like they should have before they restarted, they had a little bit of a slow start. Maybe that's what got that bottom line to check up a little bit.
Don't look now, but as we near lap 25, there's some moves being made. Take a look at the 5 machine up top. That's Nathan Barksdale making his way to the front. As we approach stage end, it'll conclude at the end of this lap.
Kenny Reel and Logan York again at the front of this thing. Now inside and outside line, we see 3 wide racing behind these drivers. And certainly some drivers getting bent out of shape as we have somebody up into the wall. It looks like the 29 machine there getting some heavy damage, taking the hit in that outside wall. Still wrecking coming down the backstretch.
Oh no, 29's in it. There's multiple drivers. I'm taking a look at Ross Tate right now. He's slow in the inside. They are almost gonna make it back here to get the stage checkered flag, and yet, man, now you got this mess here right before stage.
Certainly one of the larger incidents of the day. Looks like quite a few cars involved. That will be our stage caution as well. Hoping to see a lot of these drivers, of course, some of them already being on pit road before the stage. Now, hopefully seeing them change their strategy, get those cars fixed up, get them back out here, get them up to speed, but a lot of heavy damage throughout the field. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on some of these cars, especially the 29 here as he hit that outside wall hard. We'll take a look at the replay just to see what happened and certainly get a good sense of what was going on. Keep an eye here towards the middle of the screen, right in that pack of cars. We have a little bit of squirrely getting loose from that 29 machine. It looks like he might have gotten a bad push, just gets shot up straight to the outside wall, taking a hit from the 5 machine there, who was up top. 5 machine coming back down into the group of cars, and then everybody scrambling to kind of try to find their space is what looks like caused most of the rest of the damage throughout the field, and looking rather mild on most of these machines as everybody maybe just got a tap in the door, tap in the bumper as people were checking up trying to avoid the majority of the accident.
Yeah, 29 losing part of its bumper eventually in the tri-oval as he was recovering from this wreck. So certainly some damage for at least a number of these drivers. And David, when it comes to cautions like this has the power to do one of 2 things. One, we get even more daring and more bold and more adventurous. The race continues in its infancy, or we rein it in for a little while. I wonder what this pack is going to do.
50-50. You always have those chances. As the saying goes, cautions breed cautions, and certainly now seeing a couple of them get stacked up together here in the first stage might lead to some cautious behavior, and certainly could see some green flag run and an entire green flag run between here and the end of stage 2. So hard to say as of yet, but I think we'll certainly get an answer here quickly, especially with that being our quote-unquote stage caution. See what these drivers take advantage of, and it looks like everybody in the field at least coming down pit road within the last 6 or so laps. Seeing a lot of drivers, of course, that took that pit road entry there around lap 20, staying out, and then everybody else either having damage or not having gone down pit yet. Looks like everybody is now taking advantage and getting their pit stops in.
The lights are still on the pace truck, and I think that means we have maybe a little bit of time. We're going to work on this to get a hold of our in-race reporter, Ricky Gonzalez. We don't make any promises up here in the booth, but I think it's worth a try. These drivers are still single file, and the lights are still on the pace truck. We're work to get him up here in the booth. We have to let him know that we want his attention, and then eventually abduct him from where he is in chat and then bring him up here. So we'll fill in a little bit of time, and maybe he doesn't want to talk to us right now. We'll have to see. There's been a lot going on in that front pack. Maybe Ricky's just getting creepier as there's still now 2 lanes. I don't know. Maybe we hold off. Maybe we hold off. When we're at 1 to go, it's kind of a tough call.
Technical difficulties at the moment, but
It's
Ricky
all
says
right.
he's doing good, and so far the car feels great. So
All right, sounds
we'll
great.
catch up with him in a bit.
It's always iffy, David, bringing people up into the booth with 1 to go. I mean, it's Daytona and Talladega. You feel like, oh, I got enough time. But we do want to err on, well, pun intended, the side of caution when it comes to bringing guys up into the booth. It is, don't want to jinx anybody. And in this lap, you kind of have to take a deep breath and get yourself back in the line of racing. This lap here before the flag is just as important as all the ones you run at speed.
Absolutely, and of course, after having such a caution that involved a good majority of the field, these drivers are going to take their time, make sure they get lined up right here, and just take a few extra moments, breathe a little bit. We're at the start of stage 2. We've kind of gotten a feel for everybody around us now, so we're going to see how things play out, maybe find a partner that's now around us with the different pit strategies playing out and the cycles going on around us, and see what we can get going on the start of stage 2.
Angel Rodriguez in the number 14 will line up to Greg Wood Jr.'s inside, and that will be your front 2, followed by the racer of the 01 machine, Brian Lapart, and then a familiar face to both of us. We have Caleb Collins back there in the 72. Let's see how this one shakes out as the pace truck looks to make its dive onto pit road. 2 by 2, got a Chevrolet and a Ford leading them down, and we get a great jump there from the low line. Angel making his way to the front.
Getting off to a great start there. Greg able to get out in front of Caleb Collins there, so lining up 1, 2, 3 here at the front. And drivers certainly starting to look like they might be working their way down to single file here, especially at the front of this thing. A little bit different to see from the beginning of stage 1 there, as we were 2 by 2 all the way out to the end of the stage. And just as I say that, some people not quite so happy with being number 3, as you see Caleb Collins slide out to the outside line there, followed by the 26 machine of Blake Howell. Of course, those guys working together for the T1RL Alliance there, so those guys keep.
And taking a look here at that number 7 machine, he's rocking and rolling to the outside lane as Titletown Racing makes a ploy here, trying to get to the front. Caleb Collins regains the fray. Now you have the low line dive, and Greg Wood as Caleb Collins gets sideways in front of the field, and Blake Howell is turned, and we have a wreck here. Right here at lap 30, right in front of everybody. They're still wrecking down the backstretch. Cars everywhere.
Carnage all over the place, and certainly drivers just trying to find anywhere they can to get some space and get away from the carnage that just happened a few laps ago. We'll have to take a look and see for sure what happened there, but certainly some heavy damage going on for a couple of these leaders up front. Hopefully it doesn't affect their race too bad right now.
Drivers trying to make their way into the fray, and unfortunately it just didn't work there.
Take a look back at this replay. We'll get it transitioned over here, and kind of hard to see, but it looks like we're going to be looking right around the RVs there and keep an eye on what happened. Looks like the 72 machine wound up down on the apron, getting shoved down there, and really had nowhere to go for that 7 machine behind him, and stacks up from there. Greg Wood going to the top line, getting into the 26 of Blake Howell. Howell goes around, and then from there, it's just pure chaos. You have a car completely turned around in front of you, everybody trying to come out of the turn. You don't know where to go. Everybody just trying to figure it out. Greg getting spun. lots and lots happening. You see 4, 6, 8 wide by the looks of it. People diving all the way down to the infield, going as far as they can to avoid damage.
Goodness gracious, everybody take a deep breath here. What are we doing? Sure enough, it's a number of players, at least for the right now, when it comes to trying to figure out how these drivers are going to compete here. It's that's a tough one. It really is.
Certainly some hopefuls, of course, getting some damage, so we'll have to keep an eye out and see where the field shakes out, see who comes down and gets that damage repaired, and see if there's any issues. Couple of cars making their way onto pit road right now to come to service. Certainly seeing Greg Wood there by the looks of it, getting his car serviced. A couple of other drivers maybe not involved with the accident itself, but coming down to get some fuel added, get some gas in the tank, get topped off so they can get ready to go to the end of stage 2 here.
Yeah, these drivers are just trying to piece it all together at the moment. Man, what a mental hurdle to get through. You think you're safe up front, but then a wreck like that happens right at the front. It's kind of hard to get it out of your mind that, hey, danger can happen anywhere. And we certainly saw that with our last caution. As the cars here are single file, let's try it now. Now he's in the lead, so maybe we can talk to our in-race reporter, Ricky Gonzalez. Ricky, it's Zach Woods and David Mosebob in the booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir. What's going on, guys?
It's good to have you here. Really pumped to have you up here in the booth with us. You got to see a little bit of everything there under that last caution.
Yeah, we've seen a lot so far in the 32 laps we've been on track. So just kind of biding our time. You got a friendly behind us in Caleb, fellow Texan, and hopefully we can kind of keep this track position. And it sounds like it's a kind of chaotic going back there in the back. So track position's key, especially with a group that you don't know really too much about. I mean, you know some of the names that are in here because we do stuff in this league with other people, and just want to try to keep it clean and just try to be here at the end, man. Long way to go.
Certainly great to see you, Ricky. And you've been racing mostly kind of that mid-top kind of pack. Tell me, how does the car feel? What have you been doing to kind of keep yourself away from the madness and keep that car relatively clean so far? Yeah,
we're just trying to put the car in situations where at the end of the race we're just learning right now, and so that's why you see us kind of just bouncing back and forth from the top to the bottom to the top, and yeah, it's just trying to figure some stuff out, so if we have a late race caution we know what the car is really going to do. So just trying to stay in line with the teammates here, and 72 has been one of those so far, and I know Greg and everybody else on the stable has been kind of up here in the top 10, and we're just trying to work together as a team. That's our strength for TTR, is just kind of working together and get us back to the front. So we'll see what we got, man. Again, long way to go, 100 and something laps to go. We're not even a quarter, or I guess we're not even a quarter in this thing. So just trying to still learn and see what can happen here at the end.
Well, great to talk with you, Ricky. We'll get you back down to the team so that you can focus on the restart.
All right, buddy. Y'all have fun in the booth. Good chatting with y'all. It's good to hear y'all's voices, and y'all have fun up there.
Thanks, bud.
That was our in-race reporter, Ricky Gonzalez, as folks are getting ready to shake off, hopefully, a little rash of cautions we got going on here, ready to go back green.
Certainly, the saying living up to its name at the moment. Cautions breed cautions. As we're getting back around here, entering turn 3. We'll shortly see that pace truck dive off. These drivers getting ready to go back green flag racing, but maybe with just a little bit more care in their way they drive at the moment. These drivers just making sure that they keep that machine alive, as Ricky mentioned. Long way to go, and he's certainly trying to keep that car as clean as he can as he makes his way towards the start-finish line here.
Teammates and good buddies up front here with Ricky Gonzalez and Caleb Collins leading the field to green flag, and we are going to get rolling here in the Geico restart zone, and it's Ricky off to a great start as they're side by side behind him, Caleb and then William McKellar in the back. Ricky going to pick up his teammate going into turn 1.
Of course, teammates mean a lot. It's somebody you can rely on and know that they're going to be there to push you and help you out, especially this early on in the race. You see Wes Fuller dive up to that high line, another one of those teammates. So certainly getting some of those TTR cars nose to tail right now. Ricky goes down to the inside trying to block that run. He'll move his way back up to the high line. That 75 machine of William McKellar certainly leading that inside line, trying to get his way to the front, see if he can get anything done here.
Wow, huge bump back there by the number 11. Meanwhile, the fight remains for second as we are side by side here. The goal line trying to do something it hasn't done all day, seemingly overcome the top lane, and TTR teammates looking to drift down to that low lane.
Low lane certainly a lot easier to control, less to think about. You can keep an eye on that yellow line while you're driving, so can certainly understand why these drivers are gravitating towards that low line, but make no mistake about it, that 73 machine of Brantley Rod, the 11 of Kenny Reel, the 2 machine there, all looking to keep to that outside line. They've been there for quite a while. They seem quite comfortable, and right now they are nose to tail, getting those bumpers locked together, even through the turns here, pushing their way all the way to the front of this thing and seeing what they can get done.
Drivers, take a mental note. If you need a push late in this one, Kenny Reel is your man. He is shoving to the lead, Brantley Rodden. And these drivers are now reclaiming the lead on the top lane, which has been the more dominant lane today. But make no bears about it, that 11 machine is a great pusher. Pushes luck a little through the corners, but other than that, he seems to be the one that can really jolt cars up to the forefront of any conversation here at Daytona.
Certainly saw a moment looking back there from the 73 machine to that 11, and they were locked up going down that back straight. That 11 machine, of course, as you mentioned, being a fantastic pusher, made up quite a bit of ground to get their way up here. Of course, Rodden starting on the front row, but TTR also making some huge moves. You see Ricky Gonzalez, he is plus 10 for the day. Caleb Collins plus 9 for the day. Wes Fuller all the way up to 6th. He's up 21 positions from the start of the day. So make no mistake about it, there are some drivers that are going to be making their way towards the front of this field, especially as the race wears on, that were towards the back of this thing. They're now making up those positions. Want to be out front.
You're never really dead and gone at Daytona as long as you have the draft. With the top 3, the lead changes hands about 3 different times this lap. Ricky led him at the line, the 73 led the lap, and now you have the number 11 machine, as we mentioned earlier. Kenny Reel leading here at the stripe, and he will lead this lap. That bottom lane really gets a great run through the tri-oval. They hold their own in 1 and 2, and then the top lane just really gets a great run down the backstretch.
As I mentioned, drivers having an easier time keeping those cars in line on that low line. You have kind of that reference point in the yellow line. You expect the lead driver to keep his front left tire on that yellow line, so everybody else behind him anticipating that gets in line right behind him. The high line has a little bit more guesswork to do. Where's that leader going to put his front tires? Are we going to be on the dashed painted line? You kind of have to figure it out. Looking like they are doing a great job, especially that 11 and 2 machine now flip-flopped in positions from where they were earlier. Logan York now pushing Kenny Reel, and doesn't seem like it's any issue. Looks like Logan York is doing a great job keeping his man up there, so this might be a pairing to watch, especially later on in this race as we start to get more spread out. These guys might stick together and really push each other towards the front.
Punch, counter punch, punch, counter punch. That's what we've been witnessing here at Daytona for the last few laps as these lanes continue to duke it out in a way we haven't seen before in the previous, well, let's say about 30 laps of this contest. As before in this race, the top lane was dominant, but now with the 7 leading that bottom lane, it just seems like the bottom lane's got a decent shot, and they haven't run away from this thing. They're timely with their side drafts. As you can see, the 73 leaning on the 72 a little bit. It is a contest trying to make sure that your line prevails and everybody has a role to play.
Certainly everybody figuring out what their role is and finding their spacing in the lineup. Everybody kind of using a little bit more caution here. Yes, they are battling back and forth, but certainly seeing a lot less of the jumping in the middle of the lines, we'll say. A couple of drivers here and there, but certainly these drivers at the front. Battle of the Titans. You got Ricky Gonzalez leading that low line, Kenny Reel leading that top line, and drivers behind them, they want to get up there, they want to make those moves, but so far we haven't quite seen anybody willing to open up a middle lane or maybe even go to a higher lane above that high line and make it 3 wide for the lead quite yet.
I'll tell you, a driver who I saw on that last lap didn't want anything to do with what was still dropping through the field. That's William McKellar in the 75 ride. He was about 5th lane on the bottom side for quite a while since those lanes started to develop. He has dropped all the way back to nearly the last car here in this second smaller group of cars. David, it is a fine art to say, I don't want to be a part of this anymore.
Certainly, drivers having to kind of judge what's going on in the field around them, in front of them, behind them, and McKellar possibly seeing what's going on, knowing what played out over the last couple of cautions, and says, you know what, I don't want a part of this. I'll take my chances back here. And of course, this group of cars is a couple of cars that have been involved with some of those early cautions. So these guys, knowing fully well the repercussions of those choices, are also hanging back off the field saying, hey, I got my licks early. I've had enough. I want to be here at the end of this thing. We'll hang back just a little bit, but all nose to tail, single file, certainly still in the running for this thing. They can certainly push themselves right back up to that lead.
And it's crazy. It's crazy because they're not alone. Blake Howell is back here in this third pack. He is leading this small group of cars. So the recognition of, hey, I've messed up. I don't want to be a part of this. I just want to be a part of it at the end. Seems to be contagious as we have 2 single file lanes of competition here that are separate from the main pack.
And certainly the 26 of Blake Howell, you've raced with him, I've raced with him. He's no joke. This is a guy that loves to go out and win, and is certainly very dominant at a lot of tracks. So to see him back here leading the third lane, that's got to tell you something. He is one of those guys that in this third group of cars is certainly taking some caution to what's happening out front. As we move back to our first pack of action, we see plenty of movers and shakers, but still a very dominant top line and a low line.
Yeah, just really struggling down there. Jointed. We have the 3 Titletown Racing competitors down there, but there's a gap before they get to the next car, and that top lane has some drivers up here, David. We have just seen all day long 11 of Kenny Reel. You have Logan York, who was slicing and dicing earlier in the race. Brantley Rodden, he doesn't need an introduction. He started the field on the front row. And these drivers who have worked together early are continuing to do so.
These drivers certainly working together, and looks like the alliances have formed, so to speak. We're now on lap 45 of our 200 lap race today, and certainly understanding each other. They are getting things worked out. They've been up front consistently throughout the day, so excited to see what they can do. And coming up here on our second stage here in just a few laps, excited to see what they can make happen towards the stage here. Are they going to play for a couple of positions apart so they can get lined up on the restart? Are they going to try to lead the field all the way through? And restarts positions don't matter, you know. Outside, inside, we'll work together, we'll find each other and stay at the front of this thing, as we saw a very touch-and-go move there between the 2 of Logan York and Ricky Gonzalez. Ricky now making his way back up towards the front of this thing, pushed by TTR teammates. And things starting to heat up as the laps wind down here towards the end of the second stage.
It's crazy, David. They're not racing for points. They're just racing for pride. Pride to just say, I won a stage here in the i500. These drivers are duking it out right now. We have the 11 and the 02 up top, as the 11 now gets the 7 machine of Gonzalez. Gonzalez is going to give him a big old push coming out of 4. You got to watch. You get Arrow loose getting out of that corner. and he's going to open up the gap for the bottom lane. But as we've seen time and time again, that top lane's going to surge, getting out of turn 2. Ricky's going to try to side draft. You have Caleb Collins. The gap in between him and
certainly lots of action going on in front of this field. As you look back towards the front of this first pack, you're seeing some pretty wide racing going on. These drivers are starting to say, hey, you know what? We've put these laps down. We're coming to the end of this second stage. I want to get as much position as I can, get myself set up for this final stage on the restart, see what we can do.
For anybody new to me in the booth, I tend to ooh and ah. Dicey, and we have gotten to that point as drivers are looking to get lap 48 here of this event. 2 laps to go for this stage break. Again, they're not racing for points. There's nothing rewarded here. It's just a matter of I want to win it. We mentioned it at the opener. Prize money and everything of the sort. Throw it away. These guys are racers. If you put a checkered flag out in front of them, they're going to try to get there first.
Certainly the pride of being a racer coming to fruition right now. That 7 machine of Ricky Gonzalez getting a great push from his teammates. They are getting as close as they can to that 11 and 2 machine when they can, but right now that outside line very dominant. Kenny Real leading the way for that outside line. Logan York doing a great job of keeping him up there, pushing him as hard as he can as they have the advantage heading through the tri-oval at the moment.
As drivers snag lap 49 of this event, they are slicing and dicing through this field. That bottom line starting to get closer and closer to each other. The side draft, especially in corner exit, if you want to make some progression here. For as far as the eye can see down the backstretch.
Drivers certainly being aggressive. A couple of drivers making their way in between, maybe eyeing up for that 3 wide position. But see the 11 machine, Kenny Real, starting to get a little nervous maybe. Diving down to that inside line, getting out in front of Ricky Gonzalez, trying to take a little bit of that speed away, getting his aerodynamics all messed up. 72 of Caleb Collins, of course, saying, no way, man, we got this. We're pushing that number 7 all the way as we see lap 50 here. We'll race it back to that checkered flag to the stage.
Oh, and he gets cut off, hit by Ricky Gonzalez. They're still bouncing off of each other. Turn 2, leaning on one another. As the middle line is now forming as the bottom lane ditches the 11. They are flying by him now as the race for the stage is on.
3 wide for the lead there for a moment. The 27 machine comes down across the nose of the 7, causes a big incident in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Lots of drivers involved. It is pure carnage here at Daytona.
The 11, who was so dominant, is in it, but the man that will take it away is 2 car of Logan York. That is just beside the point, as about 7 cars have made their way through the start-finish line at this present time. What a chaotic mess do we have going on getting to stage 2. David, that's back-to-back stages that mean nothing, by the way, that we now have a big wreck.
These drivers certainly showing that it doesn't matter when, where, they want to be at the front of this thing. They want to win. Let's go back and take a look at this caution, see what was going on, maybe try to get in the head of these drivers a little bit. Here, the driver's already out of shape a little bit, but that 27 machine, he was kind of up towards the middle. He started eking his way down as we entered the turn here, and that's where we pick it up. He comes down across the nose of the 7 of Ricky Gonzalez there, and Ricky doing what he can to try to push him through the turn, but there's really no good way unless you can hit him absolutely square in the middle of a turn. You see the 27 get shot up to the top of the track, and from there, the chaos just reigns, right? Everybody trying to find a way through this. You see 3, 4 wide, just trying to find any lane they can as cars start spinning, turning, and everybody just starts piling in from behind, trying to get those cars woed up enough to avoid the carnage in front of them.
Man, I gotta catch my breath. I mean, How we? Can you imagine what the drivers are feeling right now? I'm at a bit of a loss. That was a crazy wreck here, right before stages. Drivers are making their way down the pit road. It's man, I can't believe that.
A great view down pit lane here, looking at all the bumpers and seeing all the damage on the cars. But we are going to take a moment here and cut to a quick break, and we'll be right back with you. Catch all the action following this break.
Your Twitch and Discord experience to the next level? Introducing Easy Daybot, your ultimate bot for seamless interaction. Whether you're live on Twitch or chatting on Discord, Easy Daybot's dynamic responses open up a whole new world of possibilities. Engage with your community like never before through unique prompts, custom reactions, and endless fun. It's the bot that understands you. Make every day an Easy Day download now at easydaybot.com.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Maconi.
We now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Welcome to the Tier 1 Racing League, where precision, competition, and innovation come together to create the ultimate iRacing experience. Every race, every battle, and every moment in T1TS, T1L, T1X, and special events is brought to you by Tier 1 Studios, the premier destination for professional high-quality broadcasts. Tune in and experience racing like never before. Explore everything we have to offer at Tier1RacingLeague.com. From race schedules and standings to event galleries and league signups, it's all there at your fingertips. Join the competition, watch the action, be part of the legacy. Tier 1 Racing League, where champions are made.
Drivers are getting repositioned here following the caution, the most recent one here at the end of stage 2 here at Tier 1's featuring of the Daytona i500 presented by Maconi Setup Shop. As we take a look here at our leaderboard, we have the number 14 machine Rodriguez right now holding point with the drivers that are on the racetrack. And man, times are changing, David. We got a different look up front now.
Different set of cars up to the lead as we have Angel Rodriguez there opting to stay out from the last time he was on pit road, somewhere around that lap 32 area. And of course the drivers right behind him, you have the 33 of Honeycutt and 71 of Darrell Young Jr. last on pit road somewhere around the 51 mark there, so right at the stage here. And drivers kind of getting shaken up, mixed through the field here, as there was a lot of damage to be repaired. As I look through some of the pit times, you can see that somewhat reflected. Drivers staying a little bit longer than I would anticipate on pit road, sometimes stretching out all the way to a minute and a half and longer. So getting that damage repaired, and of course some short times in there as well, just drivers topping off on fuel, making sure that their car is good to go. But we are from here to the end now, Zach, and that changes a whole lot of strategy as we get ready to go green flag racing here. Green flag flies with Rodriguez, leading them back to the green. There's a long way to go. We've now completed lap 53, taken lap 54 here of 200, and that really has to affect the mindset of some of these drivers. Hey, we had 2 short stages, but there is a long way to go to the end of this thing. So maybe that's why we're seeing a shakeup at the front of the field right now.
Well, shakeup at the front of the field. Rodriguez, I mean, was back in that third group of cars we talked about earlier with Blake Howell. He avoided the last wreck, and now he's got the lead as we see that duo that we've talked about earlier, the folks that started on the front of this field teaming up again. You got the teammates, presumably, of the 71 and 73 now leading them to the stripe.
Daryl Young Jr., Brantley Rodden getting it done yet again. Of course, they started on our pole and outside position here to start this race, so no surprise to see them finding their way back up to the front. But it's surprising, as you mentioned, that Angel Rodriguez making his way up here. He's, by the sounds of it, decided, you know what, I raced towards the back, I kept my car clean. Now that I have my guaranteed cautions out of the way, I want that track position. I want to be up here. I want to try to stay as far forward as possible to stay out of the danger, but I certainly want to be around so that I can lead this thing and certainly grab that reward at the end of this race.
Oh my goodness, they're just beating and banging off each other. It's wild up front right now. You have the 71, 72, and 73 machine all up top right now trying to figure this high low out. Going to battle against the 33 and 20. More that familiar 2x2 here at Daytona. David, we talked about earlier these drivers trying to get up to speed, but now that's over. The real racing has begun as we see these folks making their way into 3 and 4.
Certainly now with 55 laps of racing in the rear view mirror and about to be 56, these drivers have started to get a feel for each other. They understand how they react to certain situations and understand what's going on the track around them. So wouldn't at all be surprised here to really start seeing those longer term partnerships form here, as stage 3 has a long way to go, and certainly from lap 50 all the way out to lap 200 there's going to be some pit stops. So people are going to start making friends and see a car spinning off of the backstretch there. Not 100% sure
it's
what
Ricky.
happened.
Ricky, our in-race reporter, sideways down the backstretch. There's no caution. David, he will be all by himself. Surely will go a lap down.
Has to get that car up to speed, and we'll take a look and see what happened to him here. Not 100% sure if it was just a bad move, but coming out of turn 2 here, it looks like the 2 machine getting to his inside. Might have been a little bit of net code, just getting the 7 to go around there off his front bumper. 7 spins down to the infield. Everybody else staying relatively calm and able to keep things going. So hopefully nurse that machine back to a decent speed and keep it pointed straight to avoid going a lap down. But certainly a very tough thing to do when you're all alone.
Wow, that is unfortunate for our in-race reporter. And regardless of the spin, the action still continues. It's like these guys didn't even notice. They're still racing side by side here, getting into each other.
Front of the field, of course. Hey, that's happening in my rear view. That doesn't involve me. The 73 machine of Rodden, the 71 machine of Young. Hey, if it's happening behind me, I don't care. Leave them back there. All I need to do is be in the front to win this thing. And certainly they are doing a great job of that right now. Caleb Collins on that inside line, getting some help from the 14 machine of Angel Rodriguez right now, leading that inside lane. Maybe see a third lane forming. Doesn't look like anybody else is willing to go in with him. That's 25 of Peter Samantha.
Yeah, unfortunate for him, getting caught in what Darrell Waltrip would call the sucker hole, as you free fall in through the field without drafting help. And these drivers are pretty committed with going 2x2 at the moment. Never mind, 3 wide. Here's the 11 machine making his way into a 3 wide battle. They're trying to figure it out, but the 73 and 11 are still going at it. Oh, and there it goes. There's a wreck. Blake Howell, multiple drivers involved here. You got Scott McKillen also in it as drivers continue to cascade. Greg Wood is also involved. I see the 70 machine is also in it. That is Christian Morris as well. Oh man, here on lap 60, we get another caution.
And Zach, there is one driver in this field that is glad to see that yellow flag in the air right now. That is the 7 of Ricky Gonzalez. Of course, that's really about your only hope, getting so far caught on your own in a field here at Daytona. So that'll get him caught back up, give him an opportunity to really race for this thing. But we'll start to get things set up here and certainly find where things were happening. Back to this replay as to what happened during this caution. You have the 2 machine here in the middle coming off a 2. Again, a place where the cars start to get aero loose. Looks like the 71 maybe came down, gave him a tap, got him down into the 3. Of course, from there, it's the cascade effect. Everybody starts piling together, and once you get turned and loose, everybody starts seeing that in front and or behind them, starts diving for lines to try to keep their car out of danger and start hitting the brakes, but there is really nowhere to go as those cars formed a barrier across the backstretch, and quite a few of those cars in the back doing their best to get around it, only avoiding it. A couple of drivers diving all the way down to that infield wall to avoid the damage. So certainly not what you want to see. 29 machine there getting caught in it again. The 3, the 10, the 67, looks like 75. Plenty of drivers getting caught up in it yet again. Drivers coming down pit road, topping off on fuel, fixing some damage, and certainly a long way to go here still, so no surprise to see these drivers opting to take fuel under a yellow flag opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And you gotta catch your breath now. I think the racing gods have spoken, right? Enough of the shenanigans, as these drivers have been racing so hard for so long. We're only on lap 62, David. We're not even halfway home yet.
Certainly a lot of racing yet to be had, and these drivers really putting on a show as to what they can do, but there is a long way to go, as you mentioned, lap 62, and got to make it all the way to 200 if you want to catch that prize at the end from Maconi Setup Shops. Again, so much joy to have Maconi here sponsoring this race. Maconi Setup Shops, the official setup shop of eNASCAR, but they do so much more than just setups. They have broadcasting, event promotions, coachings, paint schemes, so much more. Check them out at MaconiSetupShops.com. Of course, so many other sponsors here that just really help keep Tier 1 Racing League running. You have Easy Day Bot, Admin Box, The Rap Surgeon, Cotterman iRacing Team, us here at Tier 1 Studios. So much that you can do to support this league. You have the Tier 1 merchandise. Go ahead, check that out. All the funds there go right back to the league supporting these drivers. So many great things going on here at Tier 1. We love to see it.
Yeah, and like all this could not happen without those folks. I think people tend to miss the point when it comes to things like ad reads on a broadcast like this. Those people are so important to making a league run, to hold special events like this, to create a need to be out here, to be super competitive, even in stage racing on a race where stage points don't matter. I mean, these drivers want to win because this is a big paid race, and there's some real great genuine prizes to be had. All these drivers are going to keep trying until lap 200's over.
Absolutely love to see it, love to see what these drivers are doing, and absolutely huge thank you to all the sponsors that help make everything around Tier 1 happen. These drivers getting lined up 2 by 2 again. The lights are off on the pace truck, and we'll be green flag racing here in about 3/4 of a lap.
Yeah, Rodden and Young and company trying to keep the field at bay. These two have been such a dominant duo here. You know, David, we talked about at the top of the show how sometimes qualifying speed doesn't translate into race speed. Man, we were wrong about these two.
These two certainly doing their best to prove our assumptions wrong. Rodden and Young Jr. Keeping their cars up at the front of this thing, doing a great job. They've been around for the majority of the race up here up front, even though they haven't necessarily been leading the whole time. They have certainly made their names known, and right behind them, you're seeing a couple other names that you haven't seen towards the front of the field yet so far. You have Mike Barksdale, Greg Wood Sr., Andrew Teft, Ross Tate, going down in that order again. Barksdale up 17 positions. Greg Wood Sr. up 22. Andrew Teft up 28. Ross Tate up 24. So these drivers really making their moves up through the field, taking the opportunity here under caution to move themselves up. Of course, all these drivers at the front opting not to take the pit stop, and that's all the way back to 9th position before you find the first car that pitted there at lap 61. That would be Caleb Collins back there as they get ready to go green flag racing here. Pace truck ready to make a sharp turn off onto pit road, and they'll be led to the green flag by a familiar duo, Brantley Rod and Darrell Young Jr. Green flag is in the air as Rod gets a great jump from that inside line. 71 of Young Jr., of course, looking to hook up with his drafting partner so far, the 71 machine getting in line, the 73 moving up to join him. That inside line getting out to a great jump, but on the top side, they got out to quite a bit of a jump themselves.
Car tandem up top, and they got hooked up a lot faster than that bottom line. I would watch, though. They got a trio coming up here on that top lane that isn't waiting around for anybody, as the number 84, I think this is the first time we've talked about Jared Magoon here. He's going to pull to the inside.
Looking to make his name known, followed up by the 33 of Brandon Honeycutt there, and certainly trying to make their way to the front, get their impressions. And Rodden and Young now battling on the outside of this duo. We'll see who has the better tandem duo, as it really comes down to these front two drivers. When you're talking about a battle for the lead, whether it's the inside-outside line or sometimes even the middle line. So interested to see what these guys can do. They're certainly up quite a few positions. Magoon up 20 from the start, and Honeycutt up 28 from the start.
For Young and Roden here, it must feel like a game of Street Fighter, where all they hear set is new challenger approaches. More names just continue to cycle to the front. And yes, you've seen it here. We have a new leader coming to the line. It is Jared Magoon leading them here at Daytona.
Magoon certainly looking like he had things figured out. Maybe part of the strategy. He said, enough's enough. I've been towards the back of this thing. I've seen lots of accidents happen in front of me. I'm going to take my chances up front for now. Try to keep this car in some clean air. So he is out to the lead, and followed by Honeycutt there. Hopefully a little bit of partnership going on. That 71 and 73 machine of Darrell Young and Rodden not ready to give it up yet. They are battling, coming back down in front of those other drivers, and looks like there was quite a bit of a checkup there. Drivers still managing to keep everything straight somehow, as we see the 3 wides and 4 wides start to ripple their way back to the field, get themselves sorted out. But that 71 and 73 machine said, I don't think so, not today. We've been the leaders of this thing, and we want to hold on to it.
Senior was sideways in the middle of the trying to go down low. He wasn't given any room, and I don't know how he saved it. I don't know how anybody in this front pack saved it. You talked about, as they continue to beat on one another up front, you talked about how these guys are sort of content to just sort of ride and putt around. That's not the case. The driving is off the charts right now with drivers sideways in the corners.
Drivers doing what they have to get positions that they can while these cars are still bunched up, and you're starting to see maybe the formation of 2 groups, as you see a little bit of a gap there between the front and rear of the road line, kind of starting to get things figured out. Drivers starting to cool back down after all the action. Drivers sideways in the turn. How did we avoid it? I don't know. These drivers are certainly showcasing some skill right now. Everybody managed to keep it straight through something that I thought was going to be an incident. Obviously, from your reaction, you were thinking the same thing, as we see the 11 machine of Kenny Reel now back up here challenging for a position. And don't look too closely, but right behind that 11 machine, that's the number 7 of Ricky Gonzalez, who we were talking was going to have some struggles staying on the lead lap. So certainly never out of this thing. There's always something to get you back into it. Plenty of racing to be had here at Daytona.
Drivers were doomed find themselves at the front of the field. We saw Greg Wood stuck in accident. We saw Ricky Gonzalez sideways across the inside fence. They're both up here in this front pack. The O2 got caught up in an incident earlier. He's up front here, but the challenge still remains. They are still chasing the number 73 and 71 machine. I think the winner will be whoever can break up this dynamic duo at Daytona.
And sometimes that's what it comes down to, right? You see a duo, a team that's really great at pushing each other throughout the day at Daytona, and it comes down to one driver just getting in between them, finding a way to shake them up a little bit, maybe challenging on the bottom, and then having a teammate come up and take away the opportunity for that driver to move back up in front of his teammate. So we'll have to see how this plays out between the 71 and 73, but certainly another duo, another team is going to have to split them up as the 70 gets way out of shape coming down the backstretch. No yellow yet, but certainly a lot of cars out of shape. Somebody below the apron coming into 3. A lot of chaos happening right now.
My goodness gracious, the 70 got turned sideways from about the 8th position. Now yellow flag is out here at Daytona. We're going to be able to get all of this back for you, but oh, wow, how was that not the big one? Daytona? I don't know, because that was primed and ready for it. It just didn't happen.
So we start here midway down the backstretch. These cars all out of shape. It looks like it started with the 70 machine getting bumped and pushed below the yellow line as he gets sideways. He tries to make his way back up onto the track, trying to gather that car. 70 comes back up to the middle of the track, still wavering around, everybody trying to fight for position. 70 gets spun again off the nose of another car there. Can't quite see the number. The 01 machine up into the wall. For as much sliding and chaos as was happening, it looks like there's really only a handful of cars that took some damage. Hopefully they're able to get that all squared away under this caution here and get back up to speed. The 50 machine out of shape there from diving below the apron, catching the grass. Looks like he relatively easily merges back up, people giving him some space. So we'll keep an eye on things, keep you updated if we see any other happenings. But these drivers, yet again, showing their skill, and for the most part, a lot of them coming out pretty clean.
That was insane. I mean, I don't know how Christian Morris decided, I'm just going to drive a dirt car now, and at almost 200 miles an hour at Daytona in a straight line, and managed to make all of that work as we see drivers making their way down to pit road. Looks like we're going to talk quite a bit about pit strategy now, David.
Pit strategy in play. Looks like a majority of the field coming down pit road. The drivers you saw electing not to come down pit road, I believe, was the 67 of Greg Wood Jr. I think he is just a lap down, so I expect he is either coming in this time or trying to get his lap back. Everybody else coming to service, getting those cars fixed up, getting those cars fueled up. I do see a couple of jacks going up, a couple of these guys opting for tires. Has to make you wonder if they were maybe just sliding on the rubber, didn't feel quite safe enough, or if that was certainly playing a factor in their strategy. But as we take a look down the leaderboard here, it looks like a majority of the cars that came out at the front took fuel only. Stops ranging somewhere from that 5.5 second mark out to about 9 to 10 seconds. Everybody beyond that would be taking some sort of tires or maybe getting some damage looked at by their pit crew.
Yeah, absolutely. And now strategy comes into play, right? Now, these are where the team communications come in. You have to start communicating well with your squad. Hey, this is what I'm gonna do. We should be doing the same things, and we should find each other on the restarts and make our way to the front. This is far, obviously, from over, and as we see up here, David, I thought we just saw Scott McKillican in a wreck earlier, and now he's up front leading. What a drive by the driver of the 3 machine.
From rags to riches. It can happen all here in a matter of a flash at Daytona. McGillican, of course, opting to stay out here by the looks of it. Everybody else I'm showing on my indicator coming to pit lane at lap 71. He was last on at 62, so not a huge difference in fuel mileage, but it will affect him a little bit. He's going to have to look for somebody who's willing to cut their run short to come down for fuel if we do go green here. Ricky Gonzalez, the next car behind him, pitting at 71 there. Certainly going to have to work out some strategy between cars if he's hoping to find a teammate at the front. Certainly still get things sorted out here as the caution lights go out on the pace truck, and we're getting things sorted, trying to figure out where these cars are going as everybody lines up 2 by 2 so we can get back to green flag racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're at the point now, David, where I think we have to be honest with the field that we're looking at. This is not a field that is simply content to just ride around. They've had ample opportunity to do that, and yet they continue to choose to race as hard as I've ever seen people race at Daytona.
Still below the halfway mark, and certainly doesn't seem like anybody is going to ease up on the opportunities that they have been given to try to make their battles known, and then work things out, kind of have that silent agreement between drivers. Hey, we're going to settle down now and let things happen as they will for a little while. But maybe if we see some longer green flag runs, these drivers will even it out. But as you mentioned, these drivers seem pretty content to keep making their names known, keep battling amongst each other, show them, hey, I've got the better race car here. I'm going to beat you. So we'll keep an eye on everything here as we're coming through 3 and 4. Should be getting ready to go back to green flag racing here shortly.
Ricky Gonzalez side by side with the driver of the number 3 machine. When you bring that iconic number, that iconic font to Daytona, expectations are heavy upon your shoulders, and Scott McGillen is making sure that he's going to do right by Dale's number 3 as he leads the field back to green flag racing as we continue this side by side. They barrel down into turn 1. That dynamic duo we've watched for so long, the 71 and 73 machine, they're broken up from each other. So let's see how
71 and 73 finally split up from each other. They're going to have to find a way to get back if they want to work together. But right now, it seems like they are both very content being the number 2 car in the respective top and bottom lines. 71, of course, pushing that 7 machine on the top line. That's Ricky Gonzalez, our in-racing reporter, getting his way to the front, pushed by Daryl Young. And then on the bottom row, you have that number 3 machine being pushed by the 73 machine of Brantley Rodden. 72 machine, Caleb Collins says, hey, I've had enough. I'm diving to the low line. Teammates there with the 7 machine of Ricky Gonzalez. You see Ricky move down to try to keep that line in check as the 3 tries to step out a little bit. Doesn't manage to make the move work, but now dropping rapidly to that low line. That's going to cause some momentum to that low line.
Caleb Collins was not giving to that number 3 machine. A crazy battle go into turn 1. The 3 wanted to get back up on the racing surface. Collins said, I don't think so. And the 3 plummets back through the field as we see now the 7 and the 72 teamed up. And David, a driver that I've been paying close attention to as of late, is Brandon Honeycutt in the outside lane. He's just kind of been lurking. He's been a part of the conversation up front within the top 12 or so most of the day. And now he finds himself pushing one of the drivers here at Daytona.
Certainly making his way up towards the front and now lurking right outside of that top row, pushing that 71 machine. So maybe there is a couple of partnerships forming. Maybe that 71 and 73 machine do have a couple other teammates or people they can rely on at least throughout the field. That 33 machine doing a great job pushing that 71, keeping them relatively close to that 7 machine in the low lane. But that 71, 72, of course, being teammates, they're not going to be easy to overtake.
Yeah, absolutely, as we continue to march on lap 7. Ooh, look look at the 33, how close he is to the fence. It doesn't quite matter as you chug along, and everything's sort of hold and serve right now. These drivers are trying to figure one another out as friendships start to change. Andrew Teff back here in the 98 machine. He's another one of those guys. He's kind of been hanging around with the 33 most of the race. He finds himself first car on the inside lane.
Drivers, of course, getting their opportunities now. They've been patient. They've been waiting. They've been a little bit farther back, but still in the conversation. Teff now making it known that he would like an opportunity to push his way up towards the front there, but he gets cut off by the 33 of Honeycutt. And Honeycutt says, you know what? I've been pushing this 71 machine around. I want my chance. And for now, he is out to the lead. That high line falling back just a little bit with that loss of momentum. That's the 11 and 71 now lined up, followed by the 2 machine. That team doesn't look like they want to split up at all. That is the 2 and the 11 trying to push their way to the front now, as the 71 and 73 are looking to find each other on track as well.
They are trying desperately, but it's not quite happening as we faces up front. Some we haven't seen in quite a little while, including what I think will be your leader at the line. Yes, it is. It is the driver, the number 11, Kenny Reel, makes his way back up to the front.
Drivers certainly taking opportunities where they can. And Zach, are we sure this race isn't to like 100 laps? These drivers are going crazy right now. These guys don't care that there is still over 100 laps to race. They want to get out to the front. They want to make their name known, and we are loving the action. Oh my goodness, this is some tight racing we are seeing here at Daytona.
I just gotta sit back and chuckle, David. I know I would be a bag of nerves if I was racing in this event, just because there is so much more racing to go, and these drivers have the intensity cranked all the way up to, well, 11, as the 11 machine is probably the most for some of these daring moves. As we see the O2 machine, we saw him before earlier in this race. He was really good at going back and forth, kind of playing that draft game. Looks like he wants to pick up where he left off. I'd say about lap 25 of this thing.
Certainly does, but currently a lap down, so he is fighting to just maintain his position at the front of the field. Could be a strategy between the 11 and 2, having him out front. You know, he's just hoping to get a lucky dog, get that lap back, but the 11 machine, of course, wanting to get out to the lead, so they're going to have to figure something out to at least keep that 11 out in front of those other cars on the lead lap while maintaining their dominance, whether it be the high lane or the low lane.
David, I think the really advantageous. The 11 has shown he is one of the most powerful pushers here in this field, at least through the first 80 laps of this race. And you want to be the guy in front of York. And right now is a driver in front of him that, well, wants to be up front. Now, what happens when you are the first driver in the front of this giant conga line? Well, you use more fuel. So, at the O2's detriment, the 11 has the track position that he wants, and the O2 has the track position he wants, and the 11 can save fuel. He doesn't have to be leading the line. So I think this works for all parties up there on that high line.
Certainly is a beneficial relationship that they have going on right now. The only concern for the 11 is if that low line gets their act together, he's going to have to decide what's more important. Does he stick up there and keep the 2 out in front of this field? Does the 2 decide to stay out in front of the field as we see him kind of ease his way down to the lower line? And certainly the lucky dog conversation for the 2 machine is, if I have to start dropping back through the field as a lap car, do I start losing position? So all things to keep in mind as we now see the 29 machine looking to kind of keep it up high by the looks of it as these leaders start coming around. And he will also be a lap car, so I think he'll drop back through the field and try to battle it out for the next lucky dog to come up after the 2 machine gets his opportunity.
this is always a nail-biting moment when you see a car that's going about 20 mile an hour slower than you barreling at you, and you have to make way and make sure that you don't run over the people that you're racing competitively against and dodge the lap car free-falling through the field. So certainly the pack did a good job at making sure that that got all squared away as we continue running on lap 84 of this 200 lap event. These drivers are, I hesitate to say it, David, but I think they might be calming down a little.
Longer green flag runs, some cooler heads maybe starting to prevail a little bit. And certainly I think what plays more into that conversation is the fact that, you know, we've now gone 10, 11 laps, and drivers might start getting a little more cautious about thinking, maybe I do need to save a little more fuel. Maybe I can stretch this tank a little longer and start planning kind of backwards from the end of this race. How many more stops do I need to make to get to the end of this thing? So certainly some different thoughts that might be creeping into drivers' minds, and certainly might be seeing some of these drivers take that into account and start slowing down a little bit as a result, maybe taking less chances as a result of that mindset.
Is a big, I mean, might just be the biggest O2 fan right now. That would be the driver of that Detroit Lions car we just saw earlier. We know that Christian Morris in the 70 is rooting Logan York in the 2-on. Why? Because right at the moment, Morris is battling for the lucky dog spot. And if that O2 can stay in front of this pack like he has been doing, which he has shown us as the leader he's very able to do, not only does the O2 get his lap back, but whoever gets the lucky dog gets his lap back too. So Morris is hoping to double dip. There's some competition around that lucky dog spot that he needs to be aware of.
Certainly hoping that things stay the way they are right now, but certainly some time, some opportunity for plenty of things to happen here. We'll have to keep an eye on that whole situation. That 2 machine getting a little loose there in the top line by the looks of it. The 11, of course, being the biggest benefactor of this whole relationship right now. That 2 machine being essentially a lap down, being out in front. He gets to burn all the fuel in front of this 11 machine, while the 11 machine, for the most part, has a pretty easy ride behind him trying to maintain the lead. We do see the low line coming up now, that 33 machine of Honeycutt pushing that 90 machine of Lockett towards the front. They're doing a pretty good job of maintaining that momentum at the moment on the low line. A couple of cars getting out of shape as they come out of 2, but certainly everybody keeping it straight and, for the most part, keeping it together here.
I tell you what, the driver of the 4 machine, Barksdale, hard in the sidewall. I don't know how he kept it going there, but nevertheless, these drivers are still continuing on here as the O2. Wow, he's just so shifty in how he's making his decisions back and forth. He's shown us earlier in the race he's able to do it. Now as a lapper, he's just trying to stay on.
Certainly not what that number 70 machine wants to see at the moment. He was on the front bumper of Zach Lockett there for a moment, staying out front. But if Lockett does manage to get by this 2 machine, that puts the 2 machine in the lucky dog position, taking away the opportunity of the 70 should a caution flag rear its head again, and certainly changes the dynamics of what the race is.
Another lap car here. Everybody hold your breath as the drivers are starting to approach at least I think that is the number 50 machine of Ross Tate, and it looks like they might squeeze by heading into turn 1. It is tight, but I think they're gonna get it.
3 wide. Certainly something we haven't seen a lot of today, but certainly looks like these drivers are more than capable of finding a way to make it work, get nice and tight together coming through the turns, and doesn't look like it has caused any issues as Tate continues to drop back through the field. And hopefully he gets that machine back up to speed and catches the tail end of this group so that he doesn't continue to go laps down. But the big story here, Lockett up 16 positions from the start, now leading this thing. It looks like rather dominantly. They've gotten about a 3-car advantage on that low line out to the front.
That low line had a massive run off of turn 4, and I tell you what, I am with the driving in the machine. Brandon Honeycutt just push at the right time. He's right up there with one of those guys you need to find at the end of this thing. Zach Lockett was in the middle of a sucker hole about 8 laps ago, and now he's out front leading this thing, and it's in part due to the diligence of the 33 getting him up there.
Honeycutt, Lockett, Taft all on the inside. The 11 machine getting a little out of shape there. That's Kenny Reel, who was pushing along the 2 machine for quite a while. 71 now left out to dry on that outside line. Doesn't look like he's going to get any help anytime soon. Maybe dropping back to the top, or the back of that top line.
Yeah, free fall position that we have not seen at the moment, which were the 2 dominant drivers of the race, Daryl Young or Brantley Rodden, in as vulnerable, which they most certainly are, as friendships have sort of changed, right? We've seen drivers try to find other people to work with. I'm taking a look at the 27 working with the 11. You had that bottom lane tandem that we mentioned earlier. Your friends are now starting to be where you find them as the field starts to thin out, spread out, and drivers are eliminated due to wrecks.
Drivers starting to figure out who they can and can't work with, even though they still have their preferred teammates, of course, and trying to get things sorted. Right now, that 2 machine still trying to figure out which lane he wants to be in. Followed closely, of course, by the 11 and 93. Those would be the battle for the lead position on track. That would be Zach Lockett, Kenny Reel. And so far, all these drivers, even the lead lap cars, doing a great job figuring out where they need to be, kind of having a little bit more patience, I'll say, as far as not jumping lines and making things too out of shape up towards the front of the field here. But we remain 2x2 racing for the last 40 or so laps.
I tell you what, David, nobody's jumping lane to lane because nobody is doing enough for everybody. He is doing everything he possibly can to stay out front and keep his lap. And David, that's a really big deal at Daytona, because we talked about how it is to get up to speed. When you are a lap down, you get the lucky dog, you start behind everybody. That includes all the damaged cars, all the lap down cars. And that O2 wants to be on the same lap as everybody else, which means he starts at the tail end of all the lead lap guys. Less ground to make up. So the perk for him is there.
100%. And that's something that I really didn't even consider when talking about this battle for position between the 2 and the 70. Is that is a huge advantage. As you mentioned, you're starting behind the lap cars, you're starting behind damaged cars. It can be very hard to get up to speed, especially if somebody has some front end or aerodynamic damage in front of you that starts slowing them down, so you can't fully get up to speed. And that makes a huge difference when you're talking about position on a restart.
Yes, absolutely. Drivers might be on the same lap, but their condition in which they start will be a totally different story. The O2 might get his lap back, start with a bunch of friends. That 70 machine might also get his lap back, but he will start at the very back of the field. He might lose the draft again. Lots of things to think about, but nothing's guaranteed, as we've stayed green here for our longest green flag stint of this contest.
Certainly things moving in the long green flag type condition. Drivers certainly have to start thinking about, how long can I stretch a tank of fuel? Who do I want to come to pit road with? And better question, who do I want to come off of pit road with?
Yeah, let's take a look here at our pit stop strategy. David, I know you're a whiz when it comes to this kind of stuff. We're looking at, we start talking about pit windows.
So some of the numbers that I'm seeing here, and it looks like about the longest run was right at that 30 lap mark. A lot of these drivers, especially the ones at the front of the field right now, last came down on lap 71. I would anticipate somewhere around that 100 mark, drivers are at least going to consider coming down to pit lane, topping off that fuel tank. Potentially, if you haven't taken a set yet, you might take a set of tires, but certainly not something you want to do under a green flag. The real strategy comes into play with finding those teammates throughout the field. Starting to organize, hey, I've been kind of up at the front of this thing, like we'll talk about the 2 machine. He's been out in front of this for quite a long time. He has used quite a bit of more fuel compared to, let's say, somebody that we anticipate is his friend in the 11 machine. Comparatively, a tenth of a lap, or a tenth of a gallon per lap might not sound like a lot. But when you stretch this out over 30, 40, maybe even 50 laps, if they can go that far, that's a lot of fuel change between cars. So not only are you going to have the different amount of fuel in the car, but then you have a different amount of fuel to the car. You got to work these strategies out, figure out where you are on pit road, find your teammates, and then come up with a strategy of what lap you want to come down on.
Yeah, David, you are a wizard when it comes to breaking down that graphic and what we're looking at when it comes to the kind of help one race that we have up here in the booth. Shout out to our buddy Brett, who's making all the in the background. Super excited to be working with him here at Tier 1 Studio as these drivers are, man, putting on such a great show for us. We get to watch everybody that is supporting us on various platforms we're broadcasting this on. We want to thank you for your support. We hope you're entertained, because if you're not entertained by this racing, I don't know how to help you. Oh no, we have a wreck. We have a wreck coming out of the corner. Goodness gracious. It happened about mid-pack. All I saw was a puff of smoke and a driver getting sideways in an orange car, but we are under yellow here once again at the halfway point, so let's see what happened.
Taking a look here, coming out of the turn, looks like that just gets a little bit sideways on him. That's the 44 machine that comes down across the track into the 37, right in front of the nose of Greg Wood Jr. Not 100% sure if he got any damage. 37 all the way down, hard hit into the wall, and of course that 44 machine probably up into the outside wall just about as hard, so plenty of damage for these cars to consider fixing back up, and have to take a look and see if they can get those repaired in a quick fashion, as we will be back racing here in about 2 to 3 laps.
Oh, goodness gracious. And of course, that's our buddy. That's Cody Mitchell in the 44 machine. We've raced with him. He's some teams that we race in other leagues with. We're not going to talk about that today. Obviously, all the attention should be focused here on Tier 1. But we know Cody very well, and that's unfortunately an unforced error there by him getting to the 37 machine of Christopher Lunsford.
Definitely some big things playing out, but as we were just talking about pit strategy, we are towards the end of what I anticipated to be that pit window, so no surprise here. Looks like nearly everyone in the field coming down, top those tanks off, and as mentioned, you didn't want to do it under green, but now is the perfect opportunity. If you were considering grabbing some tires, now is a great time to grab those tires, not lose too much track position while you do it.
Yeah, and you kind of, I mean, we don't make like a huge deal about tires here at Daytona, David, as you see the battle off of pit road, and some guys spend some extra time maybe repairing damage on their cars, but the grip is worth something. Even on a cloudy day like today, you're going to want grip in those tires. And hey, if this thing stays green, you're going to need the grip to maybe dodge some wrecks that might come your way. It might be useful to take those tires now.
And certainly one other thing that drivers rarely consider at a super speedway is the fact that the colder tires do have that little bit of extra grip on a restart. We've said before, cautions breed caution, so Worth noting that it is possible that these drivers are considering, hey, there might be another caution flag coming up. I'll throw a set of nice, cool, fresh tires on my car. I'll have that extra grip to make any maneuvers that I need to.
David, I have a question for you. Are you a gambling man?
Not as much as I used to be, Zach, but I'd be willing to make a wager or two.
Well, I can tell you who is a like and kin, and that would be the driver of the 50, Ross Tate. Ross Tate is he was one of those drivers that we saw on that last green flag run that got lapped by the field. Did a really good job of keeping his car out of the way, didn't get run over, kind of hung around with the pack. And look at where he's at right now. He's behind the pace truck in front of the field. So explain to the viewers what this means for Ross Tate.
Ross Tate opted to stay out, as you mentioned, and this is an opportunity for him to grab a lap back, and certainly to his own detriment, though. He won't get the opportunity to be waved around that pace truck until 1 to go, and that leaves 0 time for him to make a reasonable pit stop. Now, could he hustle this car around the track, get it into pit lane, get some fuel in the car, and get back out on track? Certainly, but that almost always means that he is going to make this restart as a solo car at the rear of the field. And what he might be banking on if he does come down pit road, we'll have to keep an eye on it. It is that quick caution, hoping that very shortly after this restart, something goes wrong. Maybe somebody started on an old set of tires, spins the tires on the restart, and he gets that opportunity to top the tank off. If not, he is in a ton of trouble right now. As I scroll down through my list, I see nearly everybody took the opportunity to pit on that stop. So his only hope, as far as a car still running, would be McKellar, but he pitted just a couple laps ago as it was, so he is really on his own on this strategy.
If anybody is wondering over the lap battle that we had talked about earlier in this thing, Logan York was a lap down when it comes to moments before that caution. And so he gets his lap back, and he is now, as you see, drivers going around him. He's going to start at the very back of this thing, and the driver that he's driving beside was rooting for him so hard. Christian Morris in the 70s saying, buddy, I wanted you to get that wave around. I wanted you to win it, so that means I could be the lucky dog. But nope, Morris is still a lap down as drivers are getting ready to get going here.
Pace truck off, green flag in the hands of the flagman in anticipation. That is Honeycutt leading you back to green. Green flag flies here. Doesn't look like he gets as good of a start as we have seen today, but Honeycutt getting out to about a car length on the top line. That is the 7 machine of Ricky Gonzalez behind him, giving him a nice shove in the top line, coming back in nice and strong. Machine of Lockett pushing that 27 machine. Justin Bird up to the front on the top line.
Yeah, absolutely. These drivers are now starting to wind up, get caught up to speed. Your friends are now where you find them. So these drivers trying to get out of pit lane as fast as they possibly can. And right now, we have a really great battle for the lead as Justin Bird is making himself known up here on the high line.
Another driver that's kind of been up around the conversation all day, but really haven't talked about him a whole lot. Bird up 8 positions from the start, so he's had a pretty decent day, pretty good qualifying here, and now making his name known, but the low line coming through on a heck of a surge through the tri-oval there. That is the 33 of Honeycutt getting out to a great advantage, pushed by Gonzalez, Teft, Milliken. Everybody just doing their part there on that low line, really get that shove going and making sure that they get a little bit of a breakaway here. Looks like about 4 cars out in the front as the 27 machine of Bird drops down to the low line there in front of the 25.
Yeah, absolutely. These drivers are trying to set sail. That's not going to work here at Daytona. You're going to have a big mishap in order to get a decent breakaway with that few of cars, as this bigger group is looking to catch our front 4. Remember that 3 car that we talked about earlier, Scott Milliken, he was battling Josh. He got doinked by Caleb Collins, free fell through the field, took advantage of that pit cycle, and now he's fourth there on the low line.
Certainly taking advantage of cautions when they do fly, but as much as it seemed like the drivers had calmed down prior to the caution flag, it's not going to happen. And we were talking about strategies playing out right now. All these cars at the back of the field certainly disappointed. The one car that is not disappointed, we were just talking about, got his lap back during that waiver round. That would be the 50 machine of Ross Tate, now getting the opportunity to go in and get that fuel that he will so desperately need. Of course, these drivers get an opportunity to pick their cars up as well.
An incident between Caleb Collins and the 11 of Kenny Reel is the reason why we are under caution. David, talk to us about how this one went, well, sideways.
Well, looking at the number 72 machine, it looks like he got a bit out of shape coming through the turn. They were trying to side draft, and I don't know who to put it on, the 11, the 72 net code. Just getting a bit too close together there in the turn, and once you get hooked around on the nose of that 11 machine, the 72 had nowhere to go. And of course, that leaves the 2, the 14, the 26, all those cars immediately behind them. They're scrambling to find their own place to go on the track. That pushed the 26 down into the 10, and a couple other drivers to get close together, get a little bit of damage. The 14 there up on his side, of course, nowhere for him to go. Plenty of damage throughout this field. The 14 still sliding there on his side. Finally gets it back down on the wheels there. He slid for a long way there at the top of the track, almost driving on that safer barrier on the outside line.
I mean, I think if we can get there, Brett, in production, it would be awesome to see a cockpit view of the number 14. I mean, how many times do we get to ride along for a ride while he's on his side? This is definitely one worth taking a peek at.
So right before the incident here, coming into the turn, you see Caleb get sideways. The 11 and 72 now fully involved. Looking for a space, thinks he can find it on that top line. The 72 comes back around, cuts any hope of getting away on the top line. There we are, now on our side, following the 72 machine. What a ride, right along the edge of that wall. Of course, can't see the wall because that's down at the wheels right now, but what a ride to be on. Finding tension and the edge and grip and flipping back over onto the wheels.
That is crazy. What a wild ride. Brandon Hunica, I just looked, he just tagged the wall here under caution, but no worse for wear, I guess. He's still rolling. We talked about the prowess of the 33 machine, being able to push people and do that well. He's been doing a pretty good job. I think now, if we have enough time, David, I think we can have the opportunity maybe to talk about another sponsor that is doing some good work here for Tier 1. I'll let you decide who we're going to talk about here. As we talked about earlier, it does take a village to make this thing work. This league is graced with a lot of great support, and they are all worth talking about today.
Of course, what a better sponsor to mention than Cotterman's iRacing team. They focus more on the legend cars, but if you're looking to improve your skills or catch some exciting legend car racing action, check out the Cotterman iRacing team on YouTube. They stream high racing battles and have top-notch tutorial videos on their racing lines and everything that you need to do to take your skills to the next level. Of course, check them out on YouTube. Give them a like, give them a subscribe. Another great partner here for the Tier 1 Racing League. Of course, all of these wouldn't be possible without these sponsors. So again, I just want to take the time to thank all the sponsors. Maconi Setup Shops, of course, for sponsoring today's race. On top of that, they are also providing the month-long subscription to their all setups for the winner of this race, along with the winner getting that 3D printed trophy and, of course, the $300 payout, which is why all of these drivers are racing so aggressively to be the guy at the front of this thing. Now over halfway to go. We're halfway home, and these drivers certainly have it on the back of their mind that they want to be the guy here in the next 100 laps.
Yeah, David, and it's so hard to tell who's going to be up there. I mean, people talked about the prowess of Daryl Young, guys like Brantley Rodden. We talked about our in-race reporter, Ricky Gonzalez, those guys who've been up there, who have shown that they're strong. But now at the halfway point, we're seeing some new faces. We see Honeycutt, we see Teft, we see the driver of the 93, we see Lockett up here. They've really started Bird in the 27. I mean, I can keep going on and on. Young in the 71, I don't even think we've talked about him today. And now it's just a whole conglomerate of people up here that aren't necessarily the favorites in the beginning of the race, now making their names known here at this stretch.
And sometimes that's what it takes to win a Daytona event, whether it be a 100-mile event to start off your league. Maybe you're racing a short schedule, so they shorten the races, or whether you're here in a special event where you're racing the full 500 miles. Sometimes the best time to have your name out there is later in the race, maybe right at the end of the race. But Pace Truck pulls off, getting ready to go green flag racing again. Honeycutt lead him to green yet again on that low line, getting off to a decent restart. But number 7, Ricky Gonzalez, reading that green flag perfectly, staying right there side by side with him. We go back to green flag racing 2 by 2 throughout the field.
Driver of the PALS machine down there. I don't quite know. It's like a sheet. At least that's what my Pennsylvania brain is telling me.
Certainly looking like a very similar sponsor. And for those of you who might not be familiar, it's a gas station that provides food and a whole bunch of other things. Certainly great to see the different sponsors on all these cars. I'm glad you brought that up. Throughout the field, a bunch of people repping different sponsors that maybe you haven't seen a whole lot of. I see a Racer's Elite vehicle throughout the field. I see Dubby and all these great sponsors that really only come to things like iRacing in a way that tells you about the driver. So personally, my sponsorship comes from people that I've worked with or people that I know, and that's how I put my sponsor on the car. But a lot of these drivers do the same thing. Maybe they're part of those racing leagues. Maybe they have a connection to that company. Maybe they own the company. So great to see drivers out here also repping their sponsors, and usually it has a pretty deep meaning to them themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. As we continue to focus on the action here in this one, as we grab lap 110, saw a moment of a familiar car that made his way to the top lane in a familiar paint to many of us. He's rocking a Kenny Schrader-esque throwback, a Blake Howell there in the 26. He's falling back a little bit, getting strewn on the high side. He chilled out in the back for a little while as the battle continues to remain up front. Side by side we go, back to regularly scheduled programming. We're looking at the number 8 machine on back through this field as well. Just some names that we really haven't seen too much.
It is great to see a couple of these drivers in the midfield starting to make their way towards the front. A couple of those that we have seen a little bit of. You have Jared Magoon in the 84 machine back there, Lockett racing right around Howell, Bird back there, Milliken, Ecker, York, Wayne Scott, Kenny Reel, Barksdale. So make no mistake about it, a couple of these drivers in the midfield certainly have the ability to drive their way up front. Just right now with 2x2 racing, as you can see on the screen here, a little bit of 3-wide action every now and then. Things get a little tight, so these drivers working their way up slowly and methodically, and a couple of them trying to aggressively make their way through the field as we see that 2 machine go into the center line, pushed by the number 11, and trying to make their way up to the front.
Are we not surprised that the driver of the 02 being pushed by the driver of the number 11? York and Reel have been inseparable this race, and it didn't even matter. They're still going to keep up and work their way to the front.
Certainly an interesting combo to see, and now right behind that number 7 machine on the high line of Gonzalez. So they're going to try to get something working, try to get up to the front of this little 4-car group on the low line beneath them. Honeycutt, of course, still maintaining the lead from the restart, doing a great job staying out in front with Teft pushing him along. So lots of action to see as we get a little bit of 3-wide racing back here in the group now, and certainly getting some heated battles going up as we are beyond halfway, and drivers are starting to count these laps down in their mind. Make no mistake about it, they have a perfect knowledge of what lap they're on and how long they have to get.
Through 3 and 4 on the last lap, they were 3 wide, 3 rows deep. These drivers are going to elbows now as they continue their efforts here at Daytona, looking for some space, trying to find friends, trying to make sure that you are paired up with the right person towards the end of this contest. The battle continues up front, but there's battles everywhere, David. It's kind of hard to pick where we want to look.
Action going on all over the screen, and these drivers certainly doing what they can to get the job done for their teams. But right now, the 2 wides, the 3 wides, everybody vying for position. It can't go on forever, right? We're still 85 laps from a conclusion, 87 laps from a conclusion here. Got to keep in mind, we got to save a little bit of fuel, got to save a little bit of that car if something does happen. So drivers will be aggressive here, make no mistake about it, trying to get those positions while everybody is grouped up. But I have a feeling here, once we get a couple more laps under green flag, we'll start getting spread out a little bit, and drivers start thinking a little more cautiously about how much fuel they're using all at once.
Well, I'll tell you what, nobody's saving nothing right now as the drivers are continuing to duke it out. We got a battle for the lead here. 2 making his way back up to the front. You know what that means, David? It's time to block the entire field again as the O2 takes the lead with a familiar. The York and Real combo is just dominating right now.
They have certainly made their name well known, but not too far behind them, getting into a little bit of trouble there. The 71 machine and 73 machine have found each other again. That is another combo that I feel, if we can get up there, might give them a little bit of trouble, but certainly if these two can split each other as groups, that's where the real fun's going to begin. Of course, that low line being led by Greg Wood Jr. to the lead now, taking some fun things all the way to the front. A little bit of trouble there in the tri-oval as somebody goes down through the grass.
Collins, he got bumped by Greg Wood Sr., and everything is still kosher as we're under green. But David, what happened because of that? The pack's not as big as anymore. You got now a breakaway up front.
Starting to spread cars out a little bit. Something sketchy happens towards the back of the field. Everybody reacts. That causes a huge loss in momentum for a couple of these cars. And because these cars are so draft dependent to reach that 200-mile-an-hour mark, when somebody hits their brakes and the group starts getting spread out, it's hard to catch that draft again. So you see a couple of cars actually lingering in between the front group and the trail group at the moment, kind of caught in no man's land, trying to figure out where they're going to lie. And certainly they're going to have to figure their lives out as Greg Wood gets bumped out of the lead there, now on the nose of the 2 machine, the 11 machine, who have worked their way back a little bit, fallen back down through the ranks. That is the number 7 machine who takes over the lead. That is Ricky Gonzalez, followed by Honeycutt. And tons of action, 3-wide racing, front group, kind of a couple cars in between, rear group, a couple cars back behind them, trying to stay out of trouble. I feel like everybody's still fighting for positions right now. And it is so great to watch, so much action. Somebody down below the yellow there coming out of 3 and 4. Yellow flag is out. Bird there getting into some trouble. 20 car piled up with him. Lots of things to unpack here. To get that replay going as soon as we can here. Coming out of the turn. Got a couple of guys down below the apron. Not sure what put them there.
Yes,
trouble in the mid start of 3-4 is what looks like starts shoving some guys out of the way. The 11 and the 72 possibly getting together. We'll get a little bit more clarity on all the repairs coming up, but these guys certainly racing hard and doing what they can. They're at the back of the lead pack. It was the 20 and the 27 that got together, pushing that 20 down to the inside wall. Of course, both of those guys tagging the inside wall. Ruby Fry's damage. Gotta have to get those cars looked at by their team and get those all fixed up.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, David, they had it. That front little group had the race in the palm of their hand if they wanted to. And we've watched this intense racing just go on. And all that they could have done is just go in a single file line and just run away. And yet the racing, the intensity is off. It is cranked all the way up. And as you see drivers making their way down pit road, they just refuse to follow in line and break away. They had an opportunity. They didn't take it there.
Certainly having the opportunity to run away with things, but now drivers taking a different opportunity. Lots of them coming down onto pit road here and a little shy of that 30 lap mark, but certainly not a bad time ever to top up the fuel tank here at Daytona and get things underway. So they'll go to the attention of their pit crews, get some damage fixed if they need it, get back out on track, line up 2x2 here, and we'll be back to green flag racing shortly.
Drivers, some of them are staying on pit road for quite a long time. I was just about to talk about maybe bringing our in-race reporter Ricky Gonzalez in. He's just leaving pit road right now, so he was on pit road for quite some time. He possibly had some damage that he needed to. So let's, with that said, David, let's try to bring Ricky in. I mean, he stayed on pit road for quite a while. I didn't see where he would get some damage, but let's try to bring our in-race reporter in here on lap 119. Ricky, it's Zach and David up in the booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir.
All right, good to have you back. In-race reporter has seen some things out here at Daytona, and it's great to have you here. We were just wondering, you spent some time there on pit road, quite a little while versus everybody else. You got some damage on that car you need fixed.
Yeah, I was talking to the guys, talking to the 33. We've been messaging back and forth and whatnot. I'm working really well with him for whatever reason, so Honeycutt, if you watch the broadcast, appreciate all that you've done to help the 7 tonight and today. And yeah, we had a little bit of damage on the left rear, and so we had 25 seconds worth of it. So we just decided to take it, and we're going to come back down here and top off and, you know, put us in a better position fuel-wise if this thing does become a fuel mileage race, which I don't think it will. But yeah, we're just trying to bide our time, man. We have a fast race car, so I feel like we can get back to the front and kind of make some noise if we get a chance to get back up there.
So we were talking right before the break that there was a bit of a kerfuffle that happened that separated the two packs, and that front line was able to break away and have their own pack, and there just seems to be a total unwillingness to just chill out for a little while. The racing intensity is insane. Try to explain that as a driver's perspective.
Yeah, it feels like we're all racing the last lap every single time, and so I think you two in the booth know who I am as a racer. Like, it's just hard to be patient when everybody's just so aggressive. So that's one of the reasons why we're in the back right now. Just let those guys kerfuffle up there. The SAT word for all you viewers out there. But yeah, we're just gonna try to bide our time, be patient, you know. And it's wild. The setup's amazing. So whoever made the set, they did a really good job of making sure this thing can like draft really, really well. So yeah, see what we can do and see if we can get our track position back with all our teammates back up the front.
All right, I think David's got one more thing for you here before we have to let you go.
Ricky, you were great up there up front. Love to see you up front. Hoping to see you work with those teammates. Give them a shout out for me. We're going to send you back down there as we are just about a turn away from going green flag racing.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to all the boys at TTR, Wes, Greg. I don't know. You caught me at a bad time trying to get all the drivers in. Cody, Blake,
all good,
and Greg. There it is. I got them all, I think.
And we'll let you go.
Have a good one, bud.
All right, buddy. We'll see ya.
Woo! That is about the closest I've ever run in racer. before, but we are back and ready to go. Here at the front, we got Ross Tate. Yes, that guy who gambled earlier, David. The gambling man's up front leading the field. Flanked to his and we are back and underway here on lap 121.
Ross Tate, of course, opportunity there when it was presented to get himself back on the lead lap, and then, of course, under caution yet again, taking the opportunity to say, you know what? It happened before. It might happen again. We'll take our chances, not take a pit this time. We'll get that track position, get out front. So, of course, great to see that paying off for him. He is up 28 spots since the start of the race, so lots of great things happening there. Some other faces here at the front of the field that, you know, we've been talking about over this last little bit. Weren't necessarily there at the beginning. You have Honeycutt, Andrew Teft, Ross Tate, Michael Barksdale here up front. He's up 19 positions. I don't think we've mentioned him much at all today. So great to see these guys taking some chances, taking some strategy, and really just throwing it all to the wind here and doing what they can to get up front.
Yeah, a prominent pusher. You mentioned his name, Teft down there in the 98 machine. He has done a good job. I kind of wonder what he's like leading a line. I kind of wonder what he is going to be able to do if he ever gets to the lead. He's been kind of the Robin to everybody's Batman today. That 98's been a really good pusher as well.
Even though you might say the Robin to everybody's Batman, come the end of this thing, that's the place you want to be. He's feeling things out. He knows exactly what he needs to do. And, of course, he has the most experience, I would say, in knowing what you need to do. Couple of cars out of shape here at the back of the field. We're under caution again, and looks like somebody maybe got hooked off the nose coming out of 4.
Kirby wainscot hard into the outside fence, and this all started way back towards the exit of turn 4. We're going to find out here in this replay. Wainscot with the number 70 of Christian Morris.
Taking a look here at the exit of 4, coming down. Morris maybe makes some contact. He does. He catches the quarter panel, hooks the 10 around there, and shoots him up directly into the wall. Of course, a couple of cars there having nowhere to go, hitting their brakes as much as they can, just trying to get out of the way. And, of course, that 10 machine now backwards on the racetrack, having no control over the car whatsoever, just holding his brakes, doing what he can. Everybody else, of course, incidents caused by trying to find their line out of the way and caught up in everybody else's carnage, trying to avoid the wreck. 72 machine of Collins there going around at the start-finish. A couple other cars getting some minor damage, but it looks like we'll be able to get that repaired and get everybody back out on track.
I'll tell you a driver who did a really good job at avoiding that wreck, and that will be the driver of the number 35, Wes Fuller. He was hanging in the back of this pack, waiting to get his lucky dog. He's been a lap down seemingly forever and a day, involved in a really early incident, hasn't ever gotten that lap back. And under iRacing rules, David, when a caution happens and you get a damage marker, or as racers call it, an X, you are disqualified from your lucky dog. Wes managed to squeeze through that wreck, and now he's getting his lap back.
Taking plenty of time to make sure that car was in the right position that it needed to be, but also having a little bit of luck navigating through those accidents. So good to see Wes getting back on the lead lap, and certainly another driver that haven't talked about a whole lot, but certainly is very capable of getting to the front of this thing and helping out those TTR teammates. We saw Ricky Gonzalez there towards the front, and Greg Wood, and we have the Blake Howell currently sitting in 3rd position. So all good things to see. That TTR team, of course, always celebrating each other's victories. Great to see those guys getting a couple of breaks as well.
I'll tell you what, though, David, I got some bad news for the rest of the field. Look who's leading. Brantley Rodden back to the front here at Daytona. Is Roden, excuse me. His name is Roden, and I've been butchering it most of the race, but now I'm going to make a change. I'm going to better myself and make sure that Roden is the name that we refer him to. He has sort of hung around. He's lost his buddy, which was the 71 of Daryl Young. Daryl Young is back in the 8th position right now. But to see the 73 back up front, folks have got to be shaking in their boots because he was really strong early on. Then about for 40-ish laps, 50-ish laps, he became a non-factor when he lost his buddy. And now he's back up front due to this split decision here. Some guys, well, a lot of guys actually pitted here, David, and a handful of guys stayed out. Roden is one of them.
Taking those chances and seeing what he can do. We'll have to see if he can work maybe with the 26th machine of Hal, who will be lined up behind him, or maybe he'll find some help from one of the guys on the outside line dropping in. You never know, but certainly the control car here, so he has a little bit of options when it comes to, do I push hard and get out early and maybe try to sneak my way up in front of Zach Lockett there, see if he'll help me out, or do I rely on Blake Howell behind me, maybe giving me a great push, because right behind Blake Howell there, you have the 98 machine of Teft, and as we mentioned earlier, that 98 machine of Teft has been quite a solid pusher all night long, so he might be able to get up there, give you some help as well.
What happens here when we take a look at some of these other drivers that we mentioned at the top of the show from around the world that perhaps you might not have a lot of experience with? David, we're looking at a guy right now that is from Prague who maybe not a lot of people have worked with, but here he is.
Yep, Jacob Smetana, and, you know, he's been doing a pretty good job all night. We might not have talked about him, but as far as getting that car out there on the track and making some moves, we haven't talked about him really being involved in any incidents either. So while we haven't talked about him being up front, he has done a great job keeping that car clean, staying out of other drivers' messes, staying out of everybody else's way. And as we look at it right now, he's not doing too bad for himself. So got to keep an eye on him, see what he can do towards the end of this thing.
And he's got his buddy behind him there in the 42, David Pachal, as well. So these drivers are consistently finding themselves in a great position. Samata again here in the 25. These guys are sort of sticking together right now as we approach the green flag.
Getting ready to go back to green flag racing, and certainly some names to watch in the mid pack. But right now up front, all eyes are on our leader. That's the 73 machine of Brantley Roden, and he's certainly going to do what he can to get out to a great start here. Looks like he has quite a bit of an advantage, but sometimes that is a disadvantage getting too far out front. Looks like he has it under control, hops up to the high line, hoping that Lockett will give him a push. That leaves the 26 machine of Blake Howell on the inside with Teft behind him. See what he can do here, see if he can get to the lead.
Jumps immediately up to the high lane to get a guy he was with earlier when he lost his wingman, and these two drivers are hooked up. David, what happens when two of the best pushers in this race get together? We'll have to pay attention to 33 and 98 machines as well. That dynamic duo we just talked about, the 93 and 73, yeah, consider it over. They're side by side leaving turn 4.
Certainly not willing to work together for long, but doesn't seem to make much of a difference for Lockett as he finds himself on the lead row of the inside line, now getting pushed by Blake Howell. Howell not having any of it. He goes up to the top side. He wants to be the leader on the outside line. Now we'll take a look and see if Teft, who has seemingly been able to work with just about anybody in front of him, will stick behind him, but a couple of cars get little out of shape towards the back as we see some 3 and maybe even 4 wide racing start to develop about 4 rows back.
Don't look now, but Daryl Young has shot his way through the field and, well, has found his buddy up here in the 73 machine. The dynamic duo of Young is back together again. Now we gotta get Blake Howell out of the way, don't we, in order to get that familiar color of pink and purple back up front.
Certainly these two guys have found a way to get to each other throughout the night, and once they get together, there it is. They drop to the low line, and these guys are gonna be tough. We saw it there for a brief stint, about 30-40 laps, where the drivers were separated and seemed like they weren't much of a factor on their own, but now that they are back together, seems like they're gonna be one of the pairs to beat, especially as we close in towards the end of this thing.
Ricky Gonzalez hard into the outside wall. reason why we are under caution here yet again on lap 128. Multiple drivers involved. And unfortunately for our in-race reporter, his luck just ran out. Hard damage into the outside fence. We're going to see why. And it's going to come off of, it might be Necco, a clip from Brandon Lappart. Or Brian Lappart, excuse me.
Taking a look here back through the field, keeping an eye on that number 7 Ally machine, already up into the wall. We'll rewind just a little bit here. Gets a bad bump off of the 1 machine, tags up into the wall, bounces back down into the 1 machine again, and certainly catching a couple of TTR teammates, so definitely something you not want to see, but plenty of drivers there not able to get out of the way, and certainly catching the worst of the luck out of that one.
And it looks like David, he was slowing down. He was slowing down for the 3-wide battle that was happening in front of him. And these closing rates on these cars, especially when you decide, hey, it's time to get on the brakes, it's kind of hard to react. Chain reaction happens. The 7's in the fence. He gets into his team owner, Wes Fuller there, who we just talked about getting the lucky dog back. Really unfortunate situation all the way around. Trying to avoid one wreck, finds himself in another.
Certainly not what you want to see, especially for teammates, but on the bright side of things, still plenty of race to go. Come down pit road, get that car repaired. Thankfully for a super speedway, they are long caution laps, so you do have quite a bit of time to get those cars back into shape as best you can, but certainly hoping to see these drivers back out on track, up to speed, and hopefully it doesn't affect them too much.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've definitely had the opportunity to pick Ricky's mind, as I think he just popped a fast repair on pit road. I was just trying to see who was taking their fast repairs here. I mean, I saw the front fender of that 7 machine instantly pop out. Normally that just means we've taken our fast repair and we've moved on with our lives. So looks like the 7's going to be no worse for wear. So if anybody's wondering why he's slicing his dice in his way through the field as hard as he hit the fence, well, it's because he got a fast repair in his pocket.
Always good to keep that in your back pocket when you can, and get that car fixed right back up to its pristine racing condition as these drivers are sorting their way out and trying to get back to race formation here, as we should have the lights going out here within the next lap or so.
There is a league that, of course, deserves to be talked about, and it is Tier 1 Racing Series. But the thing is, you have to know about Tier 1 is that they have their toes in a little bit of everything when it comes to iRacing this year. And a series that's starting, well, very soon. And David's got some words to talk to you about their truck series.
So the Tier 1 Truck Series, a great series to find yourself getting into, and as luck would have it, they are starting tomorrow night at Daytona. So if you loved the action here, you want to get in on it for yourself, great easy way to do it. The trucks are very forgiving, fun to drive, great time. Tier 1 Truck Series will start their season at Daytona here tomorrow, and then go to Richmond, Vegas, Bristol, Chicagoland, Martinsville, Auto Club, Talladega, tons of big name tracks. You'll get tons of experience. The guys here at Tier 1 love to race with each other, and of course you can catch all the action here as well on Tier 1 Studios. I know Brett and the team, everybody at Tier 1 Racing League would love to see you come hang out and watch the action, even if you don't want to take a part in it as a racer. So great to see these guys putting yet another league out there. They have the Xfinity Series, the Truck Series now, the Legend cars. They ran SRX for a season. Lots of different things, lots of different opportunities. Please check them out. You can find the Discord and other links available to you. Just message one of the admins, Brett Bullard or Greg Wood, and they will get you hooked up.
Yeah, as fun as I'm having up here at the booth, David, I'm excited to get into some race trucks tomorrow. So I know that that's going to be a fun league to take part of. From me to you, David, I hope it's a little more chill than this. I don't know if my little heart would be able to stand this much stress being in the car. So hopefully things are a little more tame in the trucks tomorrow.
Well, as tame as things might be in a truck, Zach, the only good news and good advice I can give you is at least the trucks are a little slower. Instead of pushing 200 miles an hour, you'll only be racing about 190. But regardless, we are about to get back to our 200 mile an hour scheduled programming here as we have Brantley Roden and Daryl Young Jr. here on the front row yet again, right where they started this race. And we'll see what they can do as they put it together. That pace truck diving down pit lane here as green flag flies, and they are underway yet again. That 73 machine getting a great jump and looking like he's going to slide up in front of that 71 machine to be his drafting partner yet again.
And look at this anarchy behind them as everybody says, let's try to shuffle them out of the way as a line immediately forms on the bottom side, trying to go that just refuses. Getting up to speed here down the backstretch. We've talked about it all day. It's so important. Can that bottom lane get it all together and challenge for the lead?
26 of Hal and the 93 of Lockett doing what they can at the moment. Of course, right behind them, you have Barksdale, Honeycutt. These drivers, of course, also trying to get their name known. Honeycutt up there for a little bit. Barksdale's currently trapped on that top side behind the 71 and the 73. Taft right behind the 33 on the bottom row. 3, 4, 5 rows back. Drivers side by side. Here in the row right behind this battle for the lead, we have a 3-wide incident going on. Trying to squeeze our way through as we make our way onto the backstretch. These drivers doing what they can to get their positions while they can, but certainly not giving up any position if they can help.
He's coming, David. He's coming. The lane switcher himself, Logan York, made his way. The top lane is all but gone as the bottom lane Daytona, at least for the moment, with a bunch of guys up here up front.
Almost 5 cars of advantage right now on that low line, but make no mistake about it, that 71 and 73 machine know what they are doing when it comes to the draft. They will do whatever it takes to get back to the front of that thing, and the 2 machine behind him, he's certainly hungry. He's going to help push the whole way along, so plenty of action still to be had here as we keep our eyes just a little bit farther back the field. You have the 67 of Greg Wood Jr. doing what he can to get to the front. The 3 machine there next to him working his way up through the field. And all these drivers just doing what they can, making positions right after the green flag. And I think that's so important. The cars get bunched up. You have a perfect opportunity to get in there. And here, let's say in another 10 laps, if we can keep it green flag racing, 15 laps, these cars are going to get spread out just a little bit again. And it's going to be so much harder to gain momentum, gain that track position.
Yes, absolutely. And these drivers who have decided, hey, the last couple cautions was time for me to take some tires. Watch out for them. They can make the more daring moves. They can be more aggressive with side drafting. They got the grip. Everything feels great. And to be able to go from the top to the bottom lane is so important here at Daytona. Grip is at a premium right now, and these drivers are making every single use of it as they continue to battle up front.
Drivers not willing to let anything go. That is now the 93 machine of Lockett leading the way on the inside line. Of course, Brantley Roden managing to lead that outside line with his drafting partner, Daryl Young Jr. right behind him. These drivers, regardless of how many laps are left on the board, are racing as if it's the end of the race. They're doing what they can, gain track positions, find their friends, and get that draft position to work for them.
Yeah, and you know what, David? You know what happened to catch it? The pack is split up. There's a clear difference in ideology in the field. You have the guys who have been aggressive, who are choosing to continue to be aggressive up front. And then a little further back, we have some guys who said, you know what? Play it out. Wreck amongst yourselves. We'll be here when it ends. And these conflicting ideals are going to become more and more relevant as these laps continue to tick away. Lap 137 of 200. Maybe the right choice right now is to just chill out for a little while. We've been asking for it all race. There's a part of the field that agrees.
The back half of the field certainly trying to take heed of that mindset, but the top lane led by Roden certainly getting out to a great jump at the moment. Daryl Young Jr., Logan York, Peter Smetana, Jaden Hopp, all there on the top line, working it out, getting a great jump right now over that car Lockett. You see the 67 of Dragwood Jr. trying to put his nose out there and try to get down maybe to that bottom line, lead that bottom line. But right now, these drivers are putting together a pretty strong showing on that outside line, all following that pair that's been up front all night long and then qualified right at the front of our field.
They're still slicing and dicing back here. Samada still slicing and dicing, trying to find a lane to go. He went from top to bottom to middle to back to top again. He's trying to figure things out as there is a caution flag that has been thrown. We'll have to find out where that is on the field.
Taking a bad push or maybe a bad move down in front of the nose of Lockett there. Not 100% sure what happened, but certainly taking a beating on that caution as well as a couple cars behind him. We'll take a look here just to see what happened. Keeping an eye right towards the front of the field here on Lockett. Looks like he got out of shape, got pushed down below the line, got turned slightly off the nose of Honeycutt. He goes up, collects a couple of cars, gets turned down, and from there, again, you get a parking lot that forms across the track here at Daytona. Everybody trying to find a lane which they think is going to be safe to get out of it, and there's just nowhere to go.
Wow, this incident involves, as I'm still trying to wrap my mind around it, this is probably 8-9 cars involved as they continue to wreck halfway into turn 3. Drivers way down on the apron, drivers who have already used a fast repair, now trying to find out answers as to how did this happen. David, this is the clash of ideals. You had the front lane battle it out. You had that front group really start to tussle and make some moves together. An accident happens towards the back of that pack. Well, then you find yourself cruising in that lane behind everybody, and the wreck plops right in your lap. There's nowhere to go. So there is a balance of, if I'm going to hang back here, you better be good at wreck avoidance.
Certainly be good at wreck avoidance. And then the other thing that happened, it looks like a lot of those cars in that rear pack decided to follow each other, trying to work their way through that accident. And unfortunately, some of the leaders towards the front of that rear pack decided to go high, and that lane quickly closed out on the rest of them, causing a large pile up behind them. So certainly hope that those cars get fixed right back up and get back out on track. Seeing quite a few of them here as we're looking down pit road, taking some tires, grabbing some fuel, and looks like they beat those cars back into shape. So get them back out here, get them back up to speed, and see what they can do here, as we still got a long way to go.
Well, I think now, David, we're at a great time to talk about Easy Day Bot and actually where you can see this bot in action. This is, as we talked about earlier in the broadcast, a great tool and another sponsor of this race. And you can actually see this sponsor in action right now. Tell the folks where that can happen.
So Easy Day Bot is an innovative Twitch and Discord bot taking your interactions to the next level, keeping your audience engaged and connected. The whole time that we have been streaming, you can catch Easy Day Bot here on Twitch. Stream smarter, chat better, grow your community. These are just a couple of the things that Easy Day Bot does to help you build your community and do great things. Of course, Tier 1 Racing League taking full advantage of using this tool, and you can check out all of it now live on Twitch. So if you're watching us maybe on YouTube, on X, on one of the other platforms that we're streaming to, head on over to Twitch if you want to check this out for yourselves and see how Easy Day Bot can help you engage your community in a better, more meaningful way.
I know Easy Day Bot has made Brett in production, his life a lot more easy when it comes to managing all the different platforms that Tier 1 Studios manages to show this product on. David, it's really cool to see a studio that's able to produce a broadcast on so many different platforms, right? We talked about all the different platforms that this league is showing on right now, but that's not what is typical, especially for the big time production companies that often flood the iRacing community pages. This one is doing a great job at trying to cover all of its bases.
Certainly, Tier 1 Studios doing a great job at doing what we can to put our product out there and show that we can do those things. We can broadcast to multiple platforms, and of course, Easy Daybot helps enable that, and of course, make the streams more interactive for our viewers. We hope that you are enjoying everything that you are watching. We hope that you give us feedback. Let us know what we're doing great. Let us know what we're doing wrong so that we can try to make the broadcast better for you guys, because at the end of the day, on top of our sponsors, it's you that helps drive all these leagues, all these special events to happen. So we love to hear your thoughts as well and get that feedback from you.
Yes, and we are so thankful for the many fans that are supporting this broadcast, this exhibition race that has a number of payouts, a number of creative ways to incentivize drivers to try their best to entertain. As I said earlier in the broadcast, if you're not entertained by this style of racing at this level of intensity, I think you need to get your pulse checked, because this has been non-stop action all race long. They've been granted opportunities to just ride, as so many of these restrictor plate-esque races are, and yet that's not the case. These drivers are still performing at a very high level. Roden is leading in the field once again with his partner in crime, Daryl Young, to his outside, and we are about to continue this conquest here at Daytona with familiar faces up front. The number 7 rallies the field to the front. But looky here, Greg Wood Jr. is going to break up the duo with a great move to the outside.
Greg seeing his opportunity, sliding to that outside line, saying, not so fast. I've seen what you guys do together, and I don't think I want to fight against you. So he's going to split up the duo here, take the line right behind that 73 machine, and see what he can get done for himself. Now, of course, the 71 of Young been pushing that 73 machine along for quite a long time. They're going to try to get themselves back together, as now we have an almost 3-wide battle here. The 25 machine of Samantha moving down low, and he's followed by the number 2 of Logan York, and Honeycutt, 2 of York, also wanting to get his name back out there. He's trying to get the lead, but Peter Samantha, guy that we haven't really talked about. He's one of those guys, as we mentioned, I believe from Prague, so haven't heard about him early in the race. Perhaps that's a good thing. Perhaps he was saving his chips. He now sees that we're closing in on those final stages of the race and get something going.
You wanted some international flair, you've got it. Peter Samana back in front at Daytona. Well, we can't even say he's been back at Daytona. We haven't seen him in the entire race, and now he's cranking his intensity up, being pushed by arguably one of the better pushers in the field as well. He has found himself at the right place in the race. Making a name for himself as he climbs to the top of the leaderboard.
Cars pushing, beating, banging, doing what they can to make up positions. As mentioned earlier, off of these restarts with the field grouped up, it's easy to try to make those positions right now. As we start to tick these laps away a little more, some of those cars at the back of the field maybe deciding that they've seen enough of the stuff happening up front, starting to form a single line at the back. They might start backing off a little bit more than they already are. And certainly these drivers right now, very, very aggressive. And as Zach mentioned, under 60 to go, so still quite a bit of time left, but the laps are starting to count down, and we are well past our halfway mark at this point.
A machine I wanted to talk to you about in the last stint, right before the caution, was the number 81 of Jaden Hopp. He has made his way, much like Samana, from the back of the field to, well, in the conversation. And that is where you need to find yourself as these laps dwindle down. You need to prove yourself as a competent pusher or somebody who can lead the outside line. The 81 has done a great job in doing that. Just giving a shout out to the name
that, much like the 25, we have not seen during this race. He's making his way to the front at the best time.
And both of these cars start relatively towards the front of the field. Neither of them qualified terribly, but certainly maybe taking that cautious approach of trying to stay towards the back of the field, try to stay out of everybody else's mess. Seems like they've done a good job. Those cars look to be in pretty good shape, so doing a great job now, working their way up front towards the front when it matters most. And one of them, of course, out having a chance to lead this race. The other not too far behind, just about 4 rows back.
And Samada trying to work that high lane, making every single effort to preserve the lead. But you gotta think in the back of your mind, when that 0-2 splits, that 11's going with them. They have been just glued to each other today, much like the duo behind them, the 73 and the 71 machine. Meanwhile, on the low lane, Greg Wood Jr. is being pushed by arguably the 2 better pushers in the field. So you got strength against strength here. You got teammate tandems led by kind of the lone up on the top lane, and then you have a guy with no teammates right now being pushed by 2 of the best pushers in the field.
Certainly something that's probably crossing their mind right now, but what crosses my mind is these 2 tandems behind them, it's really working out to their advantage. There's no way that these drivers can make it to the end at this point, so certainly maybe using them for fuel mileage, but as I say that, the 2 machine willing to take his chances. York stepping down to the bottom and moving out front. A lot of action happening in the middle as Peter gets kind of shuffled to the middle on his own, gets stuck all on his own, and that brings up the duo of Young and Roden, who are looking to also stay towards the front of this thing. Couple of 2-pair duos that have been working together very well all night long. Now at the front of this thing, we'll have to see what happens, see how they break each other up or battle each other for that position.
How in the world did they not wreck going through the tri-oval? Shuffling out, Peter, the Lone Ranger, the driver of the 25, and now playing themselves up on the top lane. Of course, if you've been with tail, whether he's a lap down, whether he's in the lead, you know what's about to happen. Logan York has made his way down to Daytona, which means he has been dominant multi-lane blocker during this race. He's played with fire all day long. As we got a car sideways and around, that's the 70 machine. I'm taking a look here right now. There it is. There's the yellow. Spun off the front, I believe, of Blake Howe. The 70 machine finds his way into a fit. Christian Morris is going to be the topic of this race replay.
To get everything set up, we will certainly take a look at it here. And as you can see, already a little spun there. We'll go back just a little bit here to see what caused that getting out of shape. It looks like he tried to move down across the nose of Caleb Collins in the 72 machine, just vying for position, of course, 3 wide there, so not a whole lot of room for these drivers to maneuver. And once he got out of shape, he tried to save it, gets it relatively straight, and then catches Ricky Gonzalez, who sends him all the way back around sideways again. Of course, straightening back out, getting things underway, still sliding back and forth, and that leads to the end of the field here. West checking up relatively well. Looks like he avoids a majority of the damage, and a couple of these drivers in behind just doing what they can once they slowed up to stay out of the way.
So to recap, Christian Morris gets hit by Caleb Collins, then gets hit again by Ricky Gonzalez, and then to end it, gets hit by Cody Mitchell. I'd say Christian Morris knows a lot about racing. All 3 of those drivers are points.
Certainly getting a good view of touchdown racing, and as they would say, TTR doing TTR things.
And you know what? We can say that because we are also part of that group. We're trying hard to put those biases aside, David, because, man, there are so many great drivers in this field with so many different talents that are a part of that team. And they deserve to be talked about, too, as we can take a look at a bunch of drivers making their way down the pit road. I think everybody's a game.
pit strategy here, looking like the last time a lot of them were on pit lane, lining up relatively close to that pit window. So no surprise to see him coming down here. What is going to kind of affect the strategy and things overall is nobody can make it to the end from here, and you're kind of in between a weird stretch. So right now we're looking at lap 150. Let's say that fuel mileage gets you out to lap 185. Well, as you know, we're only racing to lap 200 here, so that puts you at about a half a tank. And you might not think that it matters a whole lot, but the weight and the way things change in the car when you're only adding a half a tank of fuel, maybe you decided to put fresh tires on when you grab that half a tank of fuel, could play some factors here at the end of the race. Definitely changes the handling of the race car. I'm excited to see what happens, especially having this variation in strategy coming up so late in the race.
You know what? I think it's a good time for the last time to bring in our in-race reporter, Ricky Gonzalez, seeing as how he was a part of that last incident. I just saw him get some service there on pit road. We can kind of pick his brain about what's been going on. He's talked about the intensity. He's kind of hung in the back. He's gotten involved in more incidences. So he's got to make some choices here. Maybe we can talk to him about what the rest of this strategy looks like. Ricky and Zach and David up in the booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir.
This is the last time before the checker flag. We will bring you back up into the booth. But
All right.
little do, you might not know this because it happened off the front of your bumper. But the wreck we just saw featured a driver that got hit not by one, not by two, but 3 Titletown Racing drivers, and you just happen to be one of them.
Yeah, that's definitely unfortunate, but glad he didn't kill the race car. I mean, that last wreck we were in, we basically, before this one we were in, we had to burn the fastie, so I was just worried that the nose is just going to be killed, and then Blake came over and told us that, yeah, we're good. So just came down, fixed it, and probably just going to come down here and top off. And I mean, we're almost there, Zach. We're within our fuel window, and I just need a little bit more to make it, and this thing can go green. Hopefully we can just come down, take a splash, and, you know, hopefully win this thing.
You know, David's been asking the right questions, and he's been talking about fuel mileage. Can you talk to us up here in the booth? Because we really haven't had the opportunity to see a total green flag run. What's the expectation on fuel mileage in that car?
Yeah, I mean, not to go full throttle as much as you can. Just kind of let the draft take you around the racetrack. And I felt like that last run we were doing a pretty good job with the Titletown guys. I mean, we were all in a line, and we had Jaden in the 81. He was going to help us too. And yeah, we're just trying to be patient. And then I guess the Lions being the Lions, I don't even know the name of the guy who's driving it, but I mean, I guess he had a tough one last night, and he's having a tough one here today. So, I mean, maybe it's that Detroit Lion. I don't know. Oof. But go Cowboys! I had to throw that in there too, Zach. So, yeah, we'll see. Oh, I got to let this guy by. Sorry. We'll see what we can do in the last 50.
On that cheerful note, we'll let you go here as we get ready.
All right, buddy. Sounds good.
That is our in-race reporter, Ricky Gonzalez, as our attention now turns back to the front of the field. We have a name up here that we mentioned before, the driver of the number 3 machine, Scott Milliken, as he will be leading this field to green in the W number 3. David, there's a lot of pressure when you drive that number here at Daytona. He's looking to answer the call.
Certainly has some history behind it, and as we get ready to go green flag racing here, we'll see what he can do with it. That is the number 2 of Logan York on the outside, with the pusher of Andrew Teft right behind him. So he certainly has his work cut out for him, but to his advantage, Kenny Reel, who is also a fantastic pusher, will give him a little bit of a bump here off the start, pushing him out to a decent advantage. Almost 3 cars. The 81 machine, of course, now left in behind that number 3 machine. That leaves the 2 and the 11 lined up. The 81 dips away as Teft chips down to the bottom side. Everybody's trying to find who they're working with right now as we see drivers swapping inside, outside, all the way back.
Jaden Hopp now finds himself in the catbird seat, pushing the number 11 machine of Kenny Reel to the front. We talked about the 81 earlier, mentioned how we didn't really talk about him in the beginning of the race, and now closer to the conclusion of of this thing. He's right where he needs to be. But David, we've seen this move before with the leaders up front. We've seen the 11 and the 2 coordinate moves to break away from a person in between them to get hooked up again. Let's see if they do it one more time.
Of course, these drivers seemingly being in communication, the 2 and 11 working great together all night long. You have to wonder if that leaves the 81 of Hop looking for a partner to this dance, and possibly talking right now to that 33 machine. Right now, that 33 machine of Honeycutt also looking like he hasn't had a whole lot of friendship up here at the front, so those two can get linked together. Maybe they have an answer to the 2 and 11 who are seemingly trying to get together. Also, the 71, 73 not too far apart right now, but they seem to also be working to get together as much as possible. So plenty of opportunity here towards the front of the field. Plenty of teammates or quasi-teammates at the very least working to get together in a draft.
Remember what Gonzalez said, our in-race reporter. Now might be the time to just chill out and preserve. Of course, you're running that top line. It's kind of hard to do that. And for some of these drivers, that top lane might be preferred. As I mentioned, that everybody coordinates down to the bottom. David, it doesn't matter how long you're away from the booth. You always have the broadcast curse, and, well, it's followed me.
As soon as you start talking about something, somebody decides to change their mind and make you look wrong, right? But all joking aside, great time sitting here watching these drivers go around, and it's been a great day calling this race with you. We're now closing in on our final 50 laps. We're down to 45 to go here as there's some trouble towards the front. Lots of those drivers who are looking to keep that car as clean as they could getting involved. 29, 25, 11, 42, 71, 73. Lots of cars involved in this incident. We're going to end up taking a look at it here, seeing what started it all, keeping an eye right at the front. The 8 looks like he gets a bad shove, gets pushed up, and Teft gets wrapped up. After the 8 is sideways, or I'm sorry, that's the 27 getting sideways, catching the 8 there. Lots of drivers then having nowhere to go. Almost every lane of the racetrack having some sort of wreck occurring, somebody trying to avoid it. Everybody just locking their brakes up, trying to slow down, and piling into the unfortunate wrecks of the other cars in front of them.
David, I have the wreck avoidance champion of the race in this one. It is Caleb Collins. And if Brett in production can bring this up, oh my word. And make sure it doesn't have to be in a cockpit view. You will see what I mean when Caleb Collins avoids this wreck.
On board with the 72 here, keeping an eye right out front. And looks like he decides to go extremely low, diving all the way to the inside wall into the grass, taking a jump, making his way around turns 1 and 2. Not a conventional option, certainly brings up some concern about what might have happened underneath the race car, but the 72 machine doing everything he needed to do to avoid getting caught in everybody else's mistake as he goes airborne, heading into turn 1 and 2. Taking the grass and then, of course, the apron to merge back up onto the track once he gets back.
The Dukes of Hazzard turning into Tokyo Drift out here for missed this one. Unbelievable wreck avoidance by him to keep the car underneath him after it goes airborne. We're brought again to more pit stops. We talked about how folks were on the edge of their fuel window. Now the guesswork might just be out of it.
Certainly now, especially talking with Ricky, it sounds like a couple of those drivers were looking to add just a few more gallons. There might be enough time now that these drivers can get that done, and hopefully these drivers looking at very close to their last pit stop, maybe another caution or two, but we'll keep an eye on that. Certainly it looks like everybody taking advantage of pit stops with the exception of Morris, who looks like stayed out. Again, grabbing that track position. Cautions breed cautions. It's worked out for him so far in this race, so excited to see if the strategy can play out again.
He heard Ricky, you know. He probably has the broadcast on. He goes, you know, you're talking junk about my Lions. I'm already
man, I want to be up here. I want to lead this thing. He can control his own destiny from up front, but David, it's going to be hard to save fuel if you're the first guy in line.
Always hard to save fuel being the leader, but, you know, maybe that's part of the strategy, especially being the restart car. He could drop back a little bit, maybe only lose a position or two to the top lane, find a way to slot in line and start saving some fuel.
Yeah, these drivers are trying to figure things out amongst themselves. Taking a look at the running order, at least right now, from what I'm seeing. Just trying to take a look and see if that 37 car is on the lead or not. I know he was involved in an incident earlier. Yes, he is. Lunsford is 10 laps down. So trying to get a wave around, as we've talked about earlier, as we educated earlier, does not pay off, as you see those drivers pan off into pit road, and the running order will resume to look like what we expect.
Drivers, of course, hoping that maybe the 70 machine of Morris made a mistake, that he might come down pit road, so maintaining that option as long as they could to stay out and possibly get their wave around. But Morris saying, no way, man, I've got my track position, I've got a plan in mind, and it's really not that much gas, you know. I can make it stretch, I'll make it work. So excited to see the strategy play out, really excited to see what some of these other drivers do, and it certainly looks like that puts him again on the strategy that the rest of the field isn't willing to gamble on. So he's got my vote, you know. Of course, I always love playing these fuel strategy games. You've raced with me enough to know that I would certainly be the man trying to make this one work if it was up to me. So we'll see how it plays out.
Absolutely is. As the field gets rallied and back together, if you're thinking that support, you're in luck. There's an avenue in which you can show your support directly to Tier 1, and David's got some words to talk to you about their merch store.
You can check out the Tier 1 Racing League merch store at streamlabs.com/tier1studios/merch. Any awesome gear that you want, all of the proceeds go to supporting the league. If you don't see what you want, be sure to hit up Brett or Greg. We'll create it. That's right. Anything custom made that you would like, we'll design it. We'll get that onto a product for you. You can support this league. It's a great way to show your support to Tier 1 Racing League, all the things that they do and everything here. It's just such an awesome way to have your own personalized merch if you don't see something you want. Or maybe you find a cool hat, cool shirt, cool mug, something that you like on the merch store, and you can pick that up right away, get it shipped off to a gift for your favorite racing driver.
As we get ready to go back to green, it is Morris in that Detroit Lions ride, making his way back down 60 of this 200 lap event, and they're sort of bottled up there behind them. It came to a head with Morris there on the inside lane.
Certainly looked like a little bit slower to get up to speed, perhaps strategy, perhaps tires, and now that he is starting to fall back a little bit, looks like he finds a little bit of reprieve with Honeycutt trying to push him, get him up to speed, but that certainly puts them about 6-7 cars back from where the leader is. That's the number 11 machine of Kenny Reel being pushed by the 02 of George. Still right there, looking to get things done himself. Of course, you have Roden not too far back there, and then you start looking at another name that we haven't talked about that's now working his way into the David Dahl there in the 21 machine being pushed by the 26 machine of Blake Howell. So good to see him getting his name up here, and especially at the right time. You know, we're sitting at 40 to go now. This is certainly the time to get hot if you're going to get hot at a Daytona race.
Nall has played it really fast guys to sit in between to make his way to the front. These drivers are long game, and the drivers who just took fuel, well, they're letting it all hang out for them. They're throwing caution to the wind. Maybe literally, maybe figuratively. We'll see. But these drivers who just pitted, who are good on gas, are making their way to the front as fast as they can. The guys up front are doing exactly what they need to do now. They are controlling the pace of the race. Single file line, drafting off of one another. But of course, might be in a little bit in front. You're using the most.
Certainly not necessarily the position you want to be in if your fuel is at all questionable, but right now it looks like it's fairly comfortable, especially off the nose of that 2 machine of Logan York. Guys working great together all night long, and of course the 81 machine of Jaden Hopp pushing both of them right along. So it takes quite a bit of nerve and knowledge to really line these cars up the way this front group is, but right now that top 8, 9, 10 car really pushing right along and seemingly single file. We'll see that sort of fix itself out here shortly, I believe, as 7 machine dives down the I-26 is out there all on his own for a moment, and a couple other cars starting to question whether or not that 11 machine should be the one out. See if they can get their name out there.
Oh, we got another one. The 70 sideways. He's going to collect the 98 Maryland Daytona stretch. Unfortunately, one of the best pushers in this race. Andrew Teft finds himself in the fence. The 8 car turned around. That's Curtis Ecker. There are a number of drivers who find themselves in the middle. Unfortunately, we're going to find out the reason why is pretty clear with a driver who's trying to save gas, who's trying to preserve his stuff. David, walk us through this one.
So right now, right in the middle of your screen, looking down from the top, we see that 70 machine get up and bump the 42 machine. Looks like he gets a little bit out of shape, but not too bad. It is the 8 pushed into the 98 there of Teft that pushes Teft around, catches the 70 machine, wrong place, wrong time, and certainly causes that incident. The 8, the 98, the 19, the 70, all getting wrapped up in that one. Everyone else seeming to find their way relative to safety, diving down to the infield. A couple cars going through the grass there to avoid the whole incident, but some heavy, heavy damage to that 98 after getting wrapped around the nose of the 8 machine there.
You know, this wreck sort of happens a little bit before Christian Morris here in the 70s. I want you to take a look here at the 33 and 98. David, explain to us what happens here. It is an accordion effect.
So it's almost a little bit of net code, and certainly accordion effect as the 33 comes down. Teft most likely checks up just enough to really get him out of shape. The 8 unable to anticipate that, of course, is what got him into the quarter panel there, the 98 sending him around, and the accordion effect starts stacking up. Everybody at the back of the field going for their brakes, trying to slow down. There's just nowhere to go. So when that 8 machine ran into that 98, everybody's already on their brakes. It makes the car almost impossible to steer at that point, causing everybody else to just pile into the incident.
Yeah, certainly. Just an unfortunate incident for all involved. It's not really one that you want to see happen, but at these super speedways, David, the accordion effect is real, and there's wrecks that are driver error, but then there are wrecks like that just sort of fall in your lap and there's nowhere to hide.
Absolutely, and if mileage was a question before for a majority of the field, it is no longer a question. We are now sitting right at the 35-ish lap to go mark once they come around this time. So these drivers taking a look at the fuel gauge, taking a look at what they've been using. If there was ever a doubt in your mind, now was the time to come down and get fuel. See a couple of drivers saying, hey, I don't need to come in. I feel confident that I have enough gas in the tank to make it to the end here. And a couple other drivers came down, topped off, and making sure that they have enough fuel to make it to the end. It doesn't look like there's going to be any questions whatsoever about the strategies here.
Yeah, absolutely. So throw all of that fun stuff out the window, right? We just we hyped up a fuel strategy race. We hyped up different agendas for different drivers. Now chuck it in the trash can, because now everybody's all even and trying to make their way to the finish of this one. It's lap 165 of 200. We've been here a long time, but the intensity continues to ratchet up as we get closer and closer to the end. Anybody rooting for long green flag runs. I think you had your best shot at it that last go around because these drivers were strewn out from one another. Unless if something like that happens again, like the restart that we saw this past time through, I think you're going to be pretty hard pressed to find some guys that can just ride the last little out. There's still a lot of
Well, I certainly think that you're going to be hard pressed to find a bad restart. Looking at our front row, you have a foot to the steel reel here at the front. He's been on rails all night long, so certainly don't think he's going to hold back on this restart. And Logan York there next to him, they've been working together. Maybe somebody holds up just a little bit, just long enough to get both cars in line, but I think these guys are going to stay towards the front of the field. There is no doubt that they're going to be pushing the pace, setting the pace, and of course you got Jaden Hopp right behind him. Dave Null, who's managed to maintain his position at the front. Blake Howell. A couple of these guys that are known for being good, quick, fast race car drivers. I don't think there's going to be any relenting on the pace here after the restart.
Yeah, absolutely. And these drivers that have sort of kept a low profile who now find themselves towards the front. Now we get to see their real skill on display. I'm really excited to see what Hop can do. We've talked about how he's kept a clean nose about him most of this race, and now he's going toe-to-toe with a pretty dominant tandem in front of him. So see where his friends are. He made some relationships early in the race that can pay off for him, but not just for him. There's plenty of drivers up here who look around the field, and the field is a lot thinner than it used to be. So your friends are starting to be where you find them. As the pace truck goes off, we are met with another restart. The 11 machine of Kenny Reel making his way to the restart zone, and we are back under green, seemingly without incident here at the I500.
Logan York looking like he was trying to lag back just a little bit, hoping to find a spot on the inside line. Didn't seem to find it. And right now, that 81 machine hooked to the bumper of that number 11 of Kenny Reel, trying to make his way to the front. That 2 machine, of course, searching, trying to find a way to get to the teammate that he's been drafting with all night long. That's 26 of Howell and Greg Wood Jr. underneath of them, looking to make their way to the front. Of course, TTR teammates, they're not going to give any room there to anybody trying to sneak their way in, as they have the 26, the 67, the 7, and the 72 all lined up. Behind them, you have the 71 and the 73. They've been a dominant pair all night long. We might see some three-wide racing here before too long, as things are ticking down towards the end of this race.
And it's worth your while, because there are payouts to be had here at this exhibition race. Lots of sponsorship pouring in, making this worthwhile. And it's not just the winner that gets the reward waiting. You have drivers 1 through 5. We talked about the special name for the person who finishes 7th. I mean, there's a lot to be had up here. So of course you're going to be jockeying for position. Right now they're all chasing Kenny Reel.
Drivers all trying to figure out where they will land come the end of this thing. Right now, Kenny Reel in the spot he wants to be in, right up front leading this thing. Hop right behind him, pushing him along. Of course, Logan York right back there. So top 3 cars right now on that high line, but on the low line you have Howell, Greg Wood Jr., Ricky Gonzalez, and the 72 machine there pushing right along, all teammates. So there is plenty of time for things to change, plenty of teams to make their team name known, but also make their individual name known. We're sitting just outside of 30 laps to go here, and things are really heating up. Starting to see these drivers push as hard as they can. That's the 11 machine getting into the outside wall off the nose of Hop there just for a little second. That gives the 26 the advantage to come down on the low line. Starting to see 3 wide action heating up towards the back of this front group, and drivers aren't going to start letting up anytime soon.
Yes, absolutely. That little bit of a mistake there as Hop tried to push to the front. It just wasn't the case for that top line as they made the mistake. It got that TTR trio out front, but they have abandoned one another as Greg Wood Jr. makes his way to the top line. He's going to bring the 11 along. Now it's Ricky Gonzalez pushing Blake Howe to the front. Greg Wood Jr. drops to the bottom. He's going to play Pied Piper here at Daytona as they are side by side in turn 3. These drivers are not giving an inch. Blake Howe now with a huge push through 3 and 4. Normally you don't push in the corners, but Blake Howe says, I've hung in the back. I've done my job. I have managed to get in a wreck early. I've learned my lesson. Now I'm back up front. I'm going to show what I'm made of.
That 7 machine, of course, right behind being a teammate. The 73, I think, was hoping for the 7 machine to look out around the edge, but right now the 73 machine of Roden looking for that 71 machine, Young, to hook him up. The outside line now forming together. 4 cars on the outside now going 3 wide. You have the 11 machine to the outside, the 2 machine pushing him, 71 behind the 73, 26 in the 67 on the bottom. It's calamity. Everybody fighting for position. 30 laps to go. We're about to have a winner here in 30 laps. Zach, action can't get any tighter than this. You said earlier that your heartbeat would be through the roof. Tell me what you're thinking right now.
Well, it seems like the field is conspiring against probably the most dynamic duo of the whole race right now. Darrell Young and Brantley Roden have made their way to the front against all the odds. They were able to sniff the lead, and then the entire lane that followed them booped up to the outside, put those 2 guys in the sucker hole, which has enabled this front group to sort of pull away. The field has almost simultaneously agreed, we might lose, but we're not losing to that duo.
Certainly seeming like everybody has their own agenda. You have TTR teammates on the front row, 2 more behind them. You have the 11 and 2 on the outside line. Everybody vying for position. You have the 25 machine there trying to find his place. That's Peter Samata trying to find a spot there as he gets shuffled to the inside. To the middle, gets shuffled back through the field. Everybody still fighting for positions. Nobody wants to get caught in the middle. Everybody trying to find a spot on the inside or outside. Nobody seeming to have a strong advantage for the moment, but Greg Wood Jr. making it work out in front of that 11 machine.
Kenny Reel is being pushed by Logan York. We've seen time and time again those 2 coordinate efforts to get around guys, especially people that are separating them in this race. When will they pull out of being behind Greg Wood Jr.? Jr.'s trying to do his best to defend lanes. We saw that Titletown Racing train fall back through, and now we have these drivers now jockeying for position, and more your friends are now where you find them as they get sideways here off turn 2. Greg Wood Jr. hard into the inside wall, and unfortunately that is going to be a caution here at lap 7. Huge wreck at the front of the field.
Taking a look here at what happened, you have the 25-75 pushing. It looks like they were coming with a full head of steam towards the bumper of the 67 machine. Caught him at just the wrong angle, maybe even at the quarter panel. Sent the 67 around, sending both the 67 and 75 spinning towards the inside wall. Of course, Greg Wood Jr. taking a hard lick here as he moves down towards that inside wall, scratching up the nose of that machine.
Yeah, and that's that's the game we've played, right? We've talked about this whole race. If you're up front, if you are aggressive, if you are destined to be the Pied Piper and keep all those guys behind you and play both lanes, that's the risk. And we just saw it happen with Greg Wood Jr. Hard in the inside fence. We'll have to see what his pit stop's like, but ultimately, just an unfortunate wreck there.
Things starting to sort themselves out as we now move to 26 laps to go. Will be 25 when they come around this time. You start to see a couple of these cars hugging that inside apron, and potentially what they're doing is wondering if they have enough gas to make it to the end. They're trying to save as much fuel as they can and use some strategy to drift around the track. Of course, the easiest way to save fuel is to take the shortest line around and Easiest way to find that is to ride right below that yellow line and take the apron. A couple of guys using a fake out to try to show, hey, I'm going to pit road, and then at the last second pull off. Looks like Kenny Reel got caught in that fake out. And seems like he's going down alone, but he'll at least make sure that he's topped up on fuel. He'll have enough to make it to the end.
And you know what, David? You know what I just thought about? Because there were so many drivers using that apron, and I was sitting here wondering, I thought they all went down. I thought they all went and got gas. But a feature in iRacing that I recently got bit by, racing in a Tier 1 event this past week, it just popped back into my mind. What if, under this race condition, when there's been so many cautions and the laps have been so inconsistent, these drivers went down the road and auto-fueled cars to make it to the end? That, if under green flag conditions, wouldn't be enough gas to make it.
Depending on where you were in the lineup, especially for that number 11 car, if he was a couple of positions back in the draft during that green flag stint, which he was, it would have caused his calculator to assume that he was going to use less fuel, and therefore when he went in and had that auto fuel turned on, which is an extremely nice feature of iRacing, but can be detrimental, especially in a race like this, could have came back to bite him a little bit. And now he paid the consequence. He had to go down pit road, top off that tank. But to the advantage right now, the 25 machine of Peter out front, and of course Logan York was in a very similar situation to the 11 machine. Looks like he is still somewhat confident in his fuel. He stayed out on track, and a couple of the others that pitted around the same time also relying on that strategy. Seems like they're doing okay. So very possibly could have been that auto fuel miscalculation that you were talking about, Zach.
Samada, we've talked about him before, and he has raced a pretty smart race here in the 25. To see himself up front here with 25 to go is a really neat thing. And I like drivers who race smart, who are just at the right place at the right time, really preserve themselves for an opportunity to win one of these prizes. And one of these prizes that is particularly unique to this league is provided by Maconi Setup Shop. David, do you have anything to say about the title sponsor?
Maconi Setup Shops, again, they do more than just setups. They're the official setup shop of eNASCAR. So if you need a setup, they are the people to go to, of course. But in addition to their setups, they do broadcasting, event promotion, coaching, paint schemes, so much more. They are great guys. They have button boxes available on their website. If you need something to just help you out in the sim rig, they're plug and play. You just plug them into a USB, hook the buttons up, and you can use those that way. Great people over at Maconi Setup Shops. They do a lot for Tier 1 Racing League, and so glad to have them on board as a sponsor. So glad to have all the sponsors of Tier 1 supporting this league. It is such a great thing to see, and of course, makes all of this possible.
Yeah, so we thank you for your support in order to make this happen, as the drivers are 2 by 2 getting ready to take the green flag. To get the green here, Samada's making his way, escorting the field around here. He will have the command in the Geico restart zone to call when he is going to go. Now the top lane's been really done. He's lost his buddy in the 11 machine, so he's kind of out there on an island all by himself. But David, I wouldn't be too eager to leave the bottom because, well, Teft has made his way back here in the 98 car. He's a great pusher.
Yet again, that 98 machine working his way up, getting ready to go green flag racing as the pit truck dives down onto pit road there, and green flag is out. That 25 machine looking like he gets a decent restart. That 98 working his way up to give him a little push. That 81 and 2 machine on the outside line also getting a pretty good start there, side by side as they make their way down to turn 1. A little bit of an advantage to the outside line. Logan York on the lead at the moment, but these drivers doing everything they can. Make positions early and often, especially with 23 to go.
I said earlier I am see what happened with Jaden Hott, because he has played another smart race as well, and he has, ever since he's made his way up here, has just been very patient with his time, and now he finds himself the first car in line on the outside lane. Don't count that for long there. As the O2 machine moves to the outside lane, they're getting a little one in the fence. I don't know how they keep it straight. They're through the trial. They're 3 wide together. 81 took a hard lick to the outside fence. He's going to rely on the draft now from York in order to just keep up with this field. My goodness, David, that was a wreck that wasn't a wreck.
The 2 machine doing what the 2 machine has done all race long, jumping back and forth between lines there. It almost came back to bite him in terrible fashion. The 2 machine somehow managing to keep it straight. Of course, that cost the 25 machine his position at the front of the inside line. Now you have the 98, the pusher, so to speak, for a long time, now being pushed by Blake Howell, working his way up to the front of the field. We'll have to see how this all plays out, but for now, it looks like Teft being the ultimate winner here, and of course the 2 not making any friends towards the front of the field.
Yeah, look at this. Blake Howell pushing away the 98 machine. I didn't know 2-car tandeming was back, but we're looking at it right now. Look at Howell push him all the way out there.
Howell taking advantage of the opportunity he was given, hooking right up to the bumper of that 98 machine. Now that they have broken that little push, they'll need another car to get that 26 back up into the bumper of the 98 machine, with the bubble, as we failed to mention so far in this broadcast, in this next-gen car, really causing you to stall out as just a 2-car tandem. You really need that 3rd car to get you pushed all the way up into the bumper of the car in front of you.
How are they not wrecking? 3 wide now through the trial. As we saw 1 car flip away, he's now back, and they are just duking it out here. 20 laps to go here at Daytona. The field has worked hard to break up the tandem of the 73 and 71. Pay attention to them mid-pack. They are trying to make their way back up through the front, but right now they're chasing the blocker of all blockers, Logan York, up front, making a name for himself at Daytona, being pushed by a man that, well, he put in the fence a couple laps ago in the 81 machine. Here we go, a big run on the inside as they turn into turn 3.
The 7 and the 72 machine working together, doing what they can to get their way to the front. The 2 machine trying to block them. That's the 72 of Caleb Collins right now leading that bottom line. That's the 7 machine of Ricky Gonzalez pushing him. The 25 machine of Peter Samata working his way all the way back up to get in front of Teft there, now leading that inside line. It's the 7 and 72 in the middle. Big wreck in the middle of the pack. Not 100% sure who it was. Howell involved. The 33 of Honeycutt. Yellow flag is out. We will take a look at that here in just a moment. Drivers certainly getting aggressive. 19 to go.
It looks like it all stems from the 33, which we've talked about how great of a pusher he's been. Braden Honeycutt getting more than what he bargained for here on this yellow. David, walk us through this wreck and how it came to be. It looks like he just tried to make a move.
33 just trying to find some space in the middle of a 3 wide. I think he might have gotten a little bit of a checkup from the 26 in front of him. What happens as you come into the turn is everybody's trying to get off the bumper of the car in front of him. So as the 26 slows down just enough, the 33 might not have gotten quite the memo, tries to move up to that center lane, and as he does, he moves a little too far, catches the 4. The 4 comes around on him, of course, slowing the 33 down. 33 comes down into the 26 with the 4. The 35 has nowhere to go, runs into the bumper of the 33. Everybody behind them hitting the accordion effect, getting stacked up just a little bit. Doesn't look like too many other cars are going to get damaged too bad there, but 33 4 machine taking a little bit of heavy damage on the bumpers.
Yeah, so definitely a tone setter, I think, what we found with all this intense racing with this yellow coming out. So starting to get a little impatient, I'd say, because they've been all over one another since the drop of the green flag.
Certainly drivers have been inching their way into positions wherever they could find them all race long, but 18 laps to go. It's go time. There's no room anymore to be one of those drivers at the back of the field and say, I'm going to sit back here and wait for something to happen. With 18 to go, you never know if the next caution flag is going to fly. Some would argue when the next caution flag is going to fly, but there is certainly no time left to bank on that kind of strategy, and you have to make your way to the front and get yourself in position. And right now, the two machines surprisingly doing a great job at keeping some friends up front by the looks of it. Didn't look like the 81 was quite willing to get rid of him just yet. 42 machine of David Pachal staying right up there. Caleb Collins up there. Kenny Reel. Still have quite a few names at the front of this thing that we've been talking about for pretty much the entire race. So excited to see what happens and throw a blanket over the entire field. Still anybody's race with 15 to go when we go back racing.
Yeah, and these drivers are really throwing the whole give and take mantra out the window. They're just taking, and these drivers are making sure that when there is a lane, they are going to take it. And I think that's exactly what you saw on that last portion, or with that incident happening, right? He had a run, and he figured, this is my best chance to make up, what, 1-2 spots? And those 1 or 2 spots matter, because it translates from that corner to whoever your drafting buddy is going to be down the backstretch. And if you're desperate to find a friend, then yeah, you're going to make that move. You're going to put yourself in a position where you might be vulnerable to set yourself up half a lap later to be with somebody that you're comfortable with. And these drivers now are just to figure out, how can I get as close to my friend as possible? We talk about 17 laps to go being a long from the end. And in reality, here at Daytona, it is. It's not like a normal mile racetrack where there's a ticker, a clock winding down. There's so much action that can still happen in 17 laps. We really don't talk about the end of Daytona until 2 laps to go, where we can see the flagman in the stand holding a white flag in his hand.
Certainly is a long distance to go, but make no mistake about it, these drivers, even though we as fans see it as the last 2 laps, as soon as you start counting from 25, I would say, these drivers think that every lap from 25 until that final lap, the white flag in the air, is the end of the race. And it's a great way to think about it. As you mentioned, drivers taking space wherever they can. If you see an opportunity, it is the perfect time to chase it down. The only person that shouldn't be concerned, I would say, people, the top 2, the leader, who, hey, you're in the position, you're really driving out of your rear view at this point because you know that everybody behind you is trying to make things happen. And the guy in second, of course, it's his position to try to get around you come the end. So we'll keep an eye on everything, seeing a little bit of incident happening under caution. Not 100% sure what's going on.
It's the 8 machine, David. Halfway down the backstretch, Curtis Ecker, I don't know if he disconnected for a brief moment or what, but that entire car stopped. It created a huge bottleneck in this field. I was taking a look at a more scenic view of this, and he just disconnected for a moment. So, yeah, that is that's crazy. We're wrecking what we're not supposed to wreck.
Caution lights are still off on the truck, so we will be going back green flag racing here with 15 to go once they take the green. And looks like everybody did get it sorted out here. Everybody lined up nose to tail, inside and outside. That leaves our leader as Logan York, with the outside lane being Jaden Hopp as we take the green flag here. York out to a great start. Hopp looking towards the inside, doesn't have quite enough room. He'll stay in the outside lane. That's the 42 machine of David Pachal taking that inside lane lead, and the 2 machine of York moving up to that top line right in front of Hopp, trying to stay in the lead. And he'll take that advantage with a couple of TTR teammates behind him, pushing him.
Yeah, take a look at this as we round the corner down the backstretch. These drivers are making sure that they find their friends, and that's exactly what's going on mid-pack as the action continues to ramp up down the backstretch as his cars get up to speed. We are 3 wide for third place. We are 3 wide, 2 rows deep here through turn 4. These guys 3 wide, 3 rows deep, 4 rows deep coming out of turn 4.
Every lap from 25 to the end, drivers will treat as the last lap. These drivers are taking no exception to that. We are now 4, maybe even 5 rows deep, 3 wide, and drivers taking no chances. If I can get myself to the front now, I can set myself up for that last lap, focus solely on the rear view or focus solely on that car in front of me. That's what they're looking for. The 11 getting bumped around between the 42 and the 25 gets him all out of shape, pushed down below the yellow line. No caution flag will fly, so the 11 doing what he can to get it up to speed, hoping there will be a caution flag in the next few laps. Ricky Gonzalez in the 7 machine getting out to the front, getting in front of that 2 machine, doing what he can to now keep everybody in his rearview mirror. He's doing anything he can do to keep an eye on those lanes below him, because right now that 71 and 73 machine are getting hooked back up.
They're coming, but now it's our in-race Ricky Gonzalez with 13 laps to go, leading the field at Daytona as Greg Woods Jr. is hard into the fence. I don't know if there'll be a caution for that as our focus still remains on the front. These drivers are still duking it out, going down the backstretch. Gonzalez being pushed by York, where Hops is waiting behind. York looking to the inside. Ricky looks like he's hung out to dry, but here comes the TTR top lane. And look at that move. I love that move between the 02 and the 81. They were able to take the dominant line away.
Move it up to that top lane. That's the 2 of York and 81 of Hop seeming to work together right now. That's the 72 and the 7 working together. It's Ricky Gonzalez and Caleb Collins. Everybody else chasing these guys right now, trying to figure out what's going on, get sorted out in their lanes as we're seeing battles 2 and 3 wide back behind this front 2x2 battle for the lead. Certainly right now, everybody trying to figure out where do I fit in, who do I work with. The 26 of Hal right now working with Hop and York on the top lane, trying to figure things out. The 8 machine, the 25, the 73, the 71, the 44, all those guys get caught in that 3 wide battle trying to get to some free air. When you're 3 wide, that side draft really pulling you back, slowing you down.
The top 5 looking to do battle against one another. It looks like the top lane will fail as York takes the lead once again here at Daytona. Being pushed by Huck, who's being pushed by Blake Howell. Now you have Howell dropping the drivers continue to maneuver, trying to go, thundering down the backstretch. You have the entire field chasing the guy who's been able to block every single lane of this event. That driver, the number 02 car, I love what it says on his hood. At least it's what shows up in production. It says, "It wasn't my fault." And I love that disclaimer.
Certainly a wild disclaimer to have on your car for as much blocking as he has done today. But the 2 machine making it work. He's out front right now on the nose of that 81 machine of Hop. And certainly Hop's got to be wondering, what am I going to have to do to get around this guy on the last lap? Because I've seen he's willing to block every single lane on this racetrack. Of course, that brings into question then the next few cars behind him. The 8 machine, Curtis Ecker, the 25 machine of Peter Smada. All these guys, of course, seeing that, knowing the 2 machines going to block every lane, that makes a perfect opportunity to start going 2, 3, 4 wide when it comes time here at the end to snag away that victory.
I'll tell you what. You take a look here on that inside lane. Familiar purple car is now going to do battle up front. The one that we haven't seen in quite a little while, but he's made his way back up to the front of the conversation. That's Roden here in the 73, and he's lost his buddy. He's lost his drafting partner, but as we've talked about for probably the last 50 laps or so, he's probably found the next best thing in what is a great drafting partner. As I say this, he leaves him, the 78 of Andrew Teft.
And Teft doing what he can there, getting pushed along by the 26 machine of Blake Howell, now also getting left out to dry. That's the 26 and 7 who are going to be the pair trying to defend the lead. That is Blake Howell, Ricky Gonzalez, and Caleb Collins there following closely behind, being the 3rd car to really help make that draft work. The 73 machine finding a little bit of help out of the 2 machine on the top line there, not willing to give up the fight just yet. He's looking to battle back and maybe drag that 72 machine back just enough to get a little speed, make up some time on that high line.
8 laps to go here at Daytona as finds himself. I think that's Cody Mitchell that gets turned in the back of the field. Our attention still remains with the battle up front as these drivers continue to make it out down the backstretch and into 3 and 4.
Cars at the back of the field falling off one by one due to other incidents, but we remain focused at the front here. That is Brantley Roden leading the way in front of Logan York, the 25 machine of Peter behind him, and the 4 machine of Michael Barksdale following closely behind him. So these top 4 really making their names known here. Just 7 laps to go as we came around this time by. The 29 machine haven't seen for a while. The 33 machine of Honeycutt. These guys all wanting to get back up there exactly when it matters most. You see Teft peeking to the inside of the 81 machine. Everybody trying to get whatever little bit of position they can as the laps start clicking away.
Roden's got a vice grip on this race. He has made himself known in the beginning of this endeavor, got separated from his main drafting companion earlier in the race, and now finds himself with 6 laps to go in the lead, being pushed by the number 02 machine, who we know is pretty aggressive here at Daytona. When will he make a move? It's a waiting game now as the laps continue to wind down.
Driver of the 73 machine in control right now on the inside line. You have the 81 of Hop in front of that 7 machine trying to get something going on that lower line, but still struggling about 5-6 cars back. That 7 machine of Ricky Gonzalez really pushing, trying to make anything happen. They are 3 wide at the moment. 71, 29 above them, doing anything they can, making up as much time as they can. This front group has really fallen off to about 12, 15 cars, and the front 4 starting to pull away.
The top 4 trying desperately to get rid of the as they are doing every can to stay as orderly as possible with 5 laps to go. Now, top 4 has turned into the top 6 single file before we get to double file racing.
5 laps to go. These drivers are starting to wonder, what is it going to take to put my name atop this list come the end of this thing? And right now, Brantley Roden is answering that call. He says, I need to stay on the front bumper here of York. I know that York is good. He can race any single line of this track, but I have enough to stay in front of him. The 25 machine of Samana, hoping that something happens on that last lap, that he can capture the victory. The 4 of Barksdale looking ahead and going, all right, well, if you're going to go wide, I'm going to go wide too. We'll make it 4-wide battle for the lead. Everybody vying for position. Everybody wondering what line they're going to wind up on. We are 4 laps to go.
Single file conga line all the way through this first group as Roden doing everything he can to stay in front of this field. Guys jockeying for position, trying to find a friend as they barrel down the backstretch at 202 miles an hour as we get off of Roden. Here we have, as they barrel through 3 and 4, a bottom lane starting to form. Will it be enough? 4 laps to go will now turn into 3 as the pack thunders across turn 4 through the tri-oval, and Roden will lead this lap. 3 laps to go at Daytona.
3 to go at Daytona. Roden still firmly in the lead. The 2 machine of Logan York's doing whatever he can to keep pushing him farther and farther ahead. The 25 machine saying, you're not getting away from me that easy. He's chasing closely behind. The 4 machine of Barksdale easily on his bumper. 29, Joe Thompson keeping an eye on everything in front of him.
Yes, we have these drivers continuing trying to find their way into advantageous positions here towards the end. Look at Barksdale here in the 4 machine. We kind of left him for dead a little while ago. Now he's sitting in P number 4 trying to figure his way out to the front here at Daytona, thundering off of turn 4. These drivers are just being patient, biding their time for last lap heroics.
Popsicle sticks are in the air. We are 2 to go. Brantley Roden continues to lead the way. Logan York, the 25 machine of Samata, the 4 machine of Barksdale, 29 of Joe Thompson, still single file along that top line. Things are starting to look grim for anybody back behind that 5th place position. Got to find a run now, and you have to do it fast. working on getting around to turns 3 and 4. Time is running out for these drivers towards the back of the field. That is the 73 machine of Roden taking them for the second to last time through turns 3 and 4.
Thundering off of turn 4, and we do have a yellow. We have a yellow. Before we get the final lap here. Oh man, David, of course we do. Moments before getting the white flag, moments before this race would become official, we got a yellow flag.
Drivers in the back of the field doing what they can, fighting for positions, possibly getting caught up with the 11 car who was falling a lap down at the time as they make their way into turns 3 and 4 here. We'll take a look. The 7 machine of Ricky Gonzalez gets into the quarter panel of the 98 machine of Teft as they're making their way around the turn. Looks like 2 drivers just fighting for position that wasn't there, and might have been a bit of netcode as it looks like that 98 machine started to turn well before there was contact between the 2 cars.
Yeah, a lot of netcode there between those 2 drivers. Wow, that is probably the worst case of netcode we've seen on the server tonight. Fortunately, Hop gets into it. The 8 gets damaged from it. These drivers bitten by the netcode bug here. Oh, David, they were so close. They were so close to getting to the end. And netcode comes and bites them here. And now we're going to have a green light.
Couple of green-white checkered attempts to go here, and that'll give these drivers just a little bit of an opportunity to find an advantage and stack back up, see what they can do. But make no mistake about it, these drivers did not want to see that green-white checkered, at least these drivers here at the front. I'm talking about Brantley Roden, Logan York, Peter Smata, Michael Barksdale, Joe Thompson. These guys were pretty well set, and I think most of these drivers had a plan on what they wanted to do to stay at the front of this field. So possibly a little disappointed. Now they got to do quite a bit of work to stay out front, but it's certainly going to lead to an exciting finish here and possibly a shakeup of our leader.
This brings me to a moment where I get all kinds of nostalgia because in a previous life, like a year and some change ago, well, it was more than that since we've been working together in the booth. We get to green, white, checkered situations, and I'd always hand it off to you to explain to the viewers, what in the world does this mean, a green, white, checkered? What are the rules? What are the parameters? And we get 3 of these, so we should know what we're getting into.
A green-white checkered is a situation which occurs right at the end of the race where the leader has taken 2 to go but was unable to make it around to the end of the race before the caution flag flew. So what happens now is we extend the race. We give these drivers a little bit of time to finish their battle. So what's going to happen is as we get back around, once the lights go out on the pace car here, we will line up and we will have 3 laps to figure out who our winner is going to be. We will do this 3 different times. The same rule is in effect. If we
couldn't just stop. No, you're good. I couldn't just.
What?
Y'all were so fast behind me.
Damn. Okay.
around once, take the white flag, and then we'll be looking at our champion, hopefully, and see who wins this thing.
Yeah, these drivers are certainly getting ready. I'm sure nerves are through the roof right now. I'm nervous in my seat. I'm not even driving. These drivers are certainly getting ready for might be a really big payday for some of these drivers. Hey, even if you finish 7th, you get a free paint. So there's a lot of rewards to be had here. Take a look through your running order right now as they run under caution. You kind of have to see people who haven't worked together at all this race. This is going to be really fun.
Certainly makes things interesting now that teammates are kind of out of the picture, too far away to be reached. You have to ask yourself, who around me can I get to help me out? And right now, that is certainly the case for the 73 machine of Roden right up front, the 2 machine of York on his outside. And everybody's starting to look around. Who can I work with? Who's been up here? Who knows what they're doing? Who's going to push me to victory? But make no mistake about it. You might have a alliance for one lap, maybe two, but after that, all bets are off, as we said at the beginning of this program. Once you get to that last lap, and really after you get out of the exit of 4, it's anybody's game, and it's a drag race to the finish.
I'm really excited to see what some of these drivers do. A guy I have my eye on right now is Joe Thompson there in the 29. He was involved in a hard incident in the Trioval early on in this race. He's kind of just kept to himself this whole time and has found himself up front. That same mantra can be said for Barksdale. This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. Can't wait to see what happens here at Daytona.
The lights are off. The pace truck getting ready to take a sharp dive down pit road. We are led back to green by the number 73 machine, right where he started this race, on the pole. Green flag in the flagman's hand. He is waving it. The 73 gets off to a great jump on that inside line. He's going to do everything he can to maintain that spot. He's going to be looking in his rear view the whole time. 29 car spins off the restart. No caution is out as of yet. That leaves the top line getting pushed by themselves out to the front. That puts the 73 of Brantley Roden out in the lead. Logan York, Michael Barksdale, and Daryl Young Jr., who we thought wouldn't be able to make it to his partner of the 73 in time to be of a difference. But now there is an opportunity. The 2 and the 4 machine pushing the 73 along.
Take a look at the low line forming. We're going to see an attempt made by this bottom lane to try to reel in this front group as Ricky Gonzalez gets hard into the 70. I think they're going to get to the white. They will. This race will be official as Roden leads them across the start-finish line for the final lap.
White flag is in the air. That is Roden in front of York. Barksdale right behind him. Daryl Young Jr. in 4th. 25 of Peter in 5th. Everybody looking for any advantage they can get. They have half a lap to get it done as we head towards the entry of turn 3.
Barreling down the backstretch, they're all chasing the number 73 machine. Can anyone make a move? Yes, they will. York to the inside. He's getting pushed by Barksdale. They're going to wreck coming out of turn 4. Can he hold on? This might just be his as they make their way to the start-finish line. We indeed have a surprise winner at Daytona in unbelievable fashion. Give it to York, I think, across the start-finish line. Yes, iRacing Timing and Storing gives it to the driver of the O2 machine, Logan York, from Fort Meade, Maryland. What a move, thundering off at turn 4, getting pushed by the number 4 machine of Michael Barksdale.
That is the 2 of Logan York as your winner. Coming home second will be Brantley Roden, 3rd Daryl Young Jr., 4th Michael Barksdale, and 5th Jacob Samanta in the 19 machine. So congrats to those drivers, of course, picking up the payouts for this race. And the 7th place finisher of Wes Fuller will be taking home that sweet paint scheme by the Rap Surgeons. So that'll be exciting to see out on track. Congrats to all of our drivers. Again, a huge, huge thank you to our sponsors. And I just want to shout out Maconi one more time. They are the official setup of eNASCAR. In addition to their setups, they have so many great products on their website. They have broadcasting, event promotions, coaching, paint schemes, and so much more. Please check them out, MaconiSetupShop.com, to find your racing needs.
Holy moly, David. What a finish. We got to start-finish line. This race is decided by 7/100ths of a second. Unbelievable. As Logan York is able to rip this one away from Brantley Roden. He got a helpful nudge from Barksdale coming out of turn 4. I think we should be interviewing our winner right now. Let's try to get Logan up here in the booth as we try to get a hold of our winner, Logan York. Going to try to see if he is available at all. Doesn't quite look like we have him just yet. We're going to try to get a hold of him as much as we can. Oh, I saw him pop in. I think we're going to get him. Logan, it's Zach Woods and David Modesbaugh up in the booth. Do you got a copy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh my goodness. You were amazing. It was fantastic to watch you whip back and forth, dominate the lanes here at Daytona, and you somehow pulled it off, not by blocking, but by being the aggressor. Talk us through 3 and 4.
Yeah, going into 3, I was kind of content with pushing Brantley to the tri-oval and then trying to keep it between us. But when I went into turn 3, I noticed that the 4 and the 71 were catching up to us. So I figured if I was going to have any chance at all, I'd have to make it when they got there instead of waiting. And thankfully, the 4 went with me. I know Brantley had a teammate behind him, so it was just trying to do everything I could to get in front of Brantley and then kind of force them to side draft each other by going up. And yeah, fortunately it worked out.
Unbelievable. David, do you have any questions for our race winner who is going to be treated to quite a big pot here as he's the race winner?
You certainly made an exciting race all night long, but I do have to know, throughout the entire race, we saw you jump from high line to low line to high line to low line. What was going through your mind as you were making those transitions? Were you just trying to stay out front? Was there something you were trying to do, trying to save some fuel or something like that?
No, so I was I was working with Kenny Reel and Jaden Hop this race, and I didn't want Kenny to get hot. So whenever that bottom line had to run, I went down so that I could stall their momentum, and then Kenny could side draft and get temps. And then when I go up, he's a cool car, so he can push me for longer, and just repeating that process.
Well, it was certainly awesome to watch. You did a great job all race long. Congrats again on your win. Along with that, you're going to get that $300 payout, that 3D trophy, 3D printed trophy of the Daytona 500, and of course the Maconi setup shops, all setups valued at $49.99. So congrats again to you. And is there any shout outs that you would like to make?
Yeah, I want to thank these guys that put it on, T1 Racing. I kind of joined last minute, so I'm thankful they let me pay and everything. I want to thank you guys for broadcasting. I want to thank all the drivers that showed up and made it a fun race. I want to thank Kenny and Jaden for working with me and putting up with my constant talking on the radio. I want to thank everyone that watched the races, and that's it.
Well,
we certainly appreciate it.
Oh, there we go. That's a race winner, Logan York. Congratulations, man! You did a great job. Winner of our i500 here, Logan York. Everybody, have a great one, man. As we transition now out of first place, there's always got to be a first runner up here, and I think Brantley Roden, who drove a fantastic race, is going to be available to talk to. We're going to bring him up in the booth now. Brantley Roden. Brantley, it's Zach and David up in the booth. You got a copy?
Hey guys, what's up?
Well, you managed to dazzle us with a dynamic duo performance during this contest, and you came up one spot short. You're not going to leave here empty-handed, but surely the win was something you had your eyes on, as you were a part of a dominant force all day long.
Oh yeah, man. I don't know. You guys probably know, but you do not really want to be in that first spot coming to the stripe there. But yeah, it was great. Logan raced me clean. Kenny raced clean. Really sucks that Daryl got like that 8 car in front of Daryl. I'm not sure. It was probably like 12 to go or something, and he like blinked in and out and ran right into Daryl and messed up his front end. So I don't know. Daryl and I run really good together, so I feel like if Daryl was 100%, we probably would have been pretty good. But it was a good race, man. I had a lot of fun.
David?
Certainly was an awesome race, and as you mentioned, your drafting partner there, Daryl, looked like you guys were hooked up all race long. What goes into getting those cars to work together as great as they did today?
I mean, racing with each other for a couple of years. We just know each other's driving line. Yeah, we just run together all the time.
It's great to see it. You guys had a dominant performance today, and I just want to congratulate you on taking home that second place finish today.
Hey, thanks, and thanks for running this. This was really fun. Had a good time.
All right. Well, Brantley, enjoy it, and I'm sure we'll talk to you again here soon.
Thanks, boys. Hey, if you need a paint, harpoondesign.com.
All right. Sounds good.
Thank you.
Taking a look down the running order, we are now met with third place finisher Daryl Young Jr. Let's try to get him up in the booth. Daryl, it's Zach Woods and David Mosbaugh. You got a copy?
I got a copy.
Oh, it's good to have you up here, Daryl. You did a great job all day long. It was kind of the Batman and Robin show all day long with your drafting expertise here. Talk us through that last lap and trying to claw your way back through the field. We noticed that you got separated for a while. You found each other at the end. What's going through your mind as the laps wound down?
Yeah, actually, just to start, unfortunately, I ended up having some weird like phantom damage under one of the cautions, like maybe 15. Yeah, so I was still competitive and was still able to run just as fast as everybody else, but my temps would just get so high so quick. And you know, at that near the at the end of the race like that, if you pit and try to get a fix, you're in the back. And it's hard to recover, and I didn't have my fast repair. I had already used it during a previous wreck, but yeah, tried to claw my way back as fast as possible. Got hooked up there with Brantley, teammate, at the end, and finished 2-3. Logan did great, so great win for him. And yeah, it was fun.
David?
It was great to see you work together all race long. As you were going down through the race, counting down all those laps, what was going through your mind if it did come down to the end between you and your teammate?
Honestly, we didn't even talk about that. We just planned on working together and trying to finish 1-2, 2-1. But could we have possibly raced it out at the end? Yeah, absolutely. We didn't get in that position. He was P2, P3, so I tried to push him as much as I could. Like I said, my attempts were just skyline. Wasn't much I could do, but yeah, like I said, it was a lot of fun. It was a great race.
Great run. Right. Want to congratulate you on that P3 finish and give you this opportunity to make any shout outs.
Yeah, shout out to my team, Harpoon Design. Been running with him for 2 years now, whether it's a fixed, whether it's a open, any kind of NAS Daytona 500s, any kind of money races, Draftmaster, anything. Him and I run a lot together. We have fun. So shout out to him, and shout out to Maconi Setup Shop, obviously. Great sponsor you have on board. And shout out to T1RL. Thank you.
All right. Well, that is our third place finisher, Daryl Young. We'll send you back to your friends. Third place, but you don't leave here empty-handed. Go and enjoy it.
Thank you.
Looking down through the finishing order, we're met with our fourth place finisher, who started 20th on the grid today, by the way. The driver of the number 4 machine, Michael Barksdale. Let's work on getting him up to the booth. Michael, it's Zach and David. You got a copy?
We do. How's it going, man?
It's going pretty good. You gave us a bit of a show today. Started from 20th, but of course at Daytona, it's not about where you start. It's about where you finish. And you found your way up front there towards the end. Talk us through those closing laps.
I think what we figured out early on is that high line obviously was fastest, and as long as you can keep a line and knowing that everyone's going to start going 3 wide, if you can keep yourself right and not get tied up in traffic or in one of those quick accidents, then you got a chance to be top 10. And for my end, I was aiming top 10, and if made 5, great, but had some speed and obviously was quick to figure out who was partnered up and who was teamed up. And once you find them and get behind them, then they can drag you wherever you want to.
David?
Certainly had a great car all night long. The early stages of the race, it looked like you were hanging back there a little bit. Was that part of the strategy? Just try to keep the car as clean as you could?
Yeah. So obviously that fast repair is always great, and I just didn't want to abuse it right away. And so even with, wear and tear, or getting to fender benders, I didn't want to waste it. And so I don't think I ended up having to use it until, I don't know, lap 120 or something like that. But the minor repairs that would come up, I'd get fixed, and a little bit of luck. I think I had 2 or 3 different times where I came out, goodness, a couple hundred yards in front of the pace truck, and didn't get down a lap. So that was a big deal, and got lucky on those.
Certainly ran a pretty clean race all race long, and kept that fast repair in the back pocket as long as you could. So love to give you this opportunity to give you some thank yous and shout outs.
Oh, just appreciate the group handling the event. Loved it. Had my son in it, and was hopeful that he was going to be able to at least finish with me. He's relatively new to iRacing, but he got knocked out early. But it was a great event. Loved the people we were racing with, and look forward to racing with y'all in the future.
All right, the number 4 machine finishes number. You go and enjoy this. You don't leave here empty-handed. So congratulations, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you again here up in the studio real soon.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
And David, now we're here. Now we're. Oh, he's not here, is he? Nope. Looking through the chat, it doesn't look like we're going to be able to chat to our 5th place finisher, which is Jacob Samata. I was very curious of how we were supposed to pronounce his last name, and it doesn't look like he's here. So I'm going to throw a curveball, and we'll just go right to the finishing results. At least what I'm able to see up here. It's labeled qualifying results. So we're going to have to move off of that, and let's go to race results. Thank you, Brett, in production. Big shout out to you. We're going to give you your flowers here before we finish this thing up. But David, walk us through the finishing results here for Tier 1's Daytona i500 presented by Maconi Setup Shop.
Your winner, Logan York, in the O2 machine. We talked to him. He seemed pretty excited, and of course, coming home second, Brantley Roden in 73, Daryl Young Jr. in the 71, Michael Barksdale in the 4 machine, and Jacob Samanta in the 19 machine. Looking down through the list, we have Blake Howell in the 26, Wes Fuller in the 35, David Pashal in the 42, Kenny Reel in the 11, Dave Null in the 21, Brian LaPratte in the 01, Christian Morris in the 70 machine, Joe Thompson in the 29, Cody Mitchell in the 44, Ricky Gonzalez will round out your top 15 in the number 7 machine, Andrew Teft in the 98 machine, Kirby Wainscott in the 10 machine, Caleb Collins in the 72 machine, Peter Samata in the 25 machine, Brandon Honeycutt in the 33, Curtis Ecker in the 8 machine, Jaden Hopp in the 81 machine, William McKellar, the 75 machine, Christopher Lunsford in the 37 machine, Greg Wood Jr. in the 67 machine, Scott McKillican in the 3 machine, and Justin Bird, 27 machine, Jared Magoon finishing 28th in the 84 machine. Rounding out the rest of the field. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, okay.
Ross Tate in the 50 machine, Zach Lockett in the 93 machine, Jason Geis-Wolfkowski in the 20 machine, Greg Wood Sr. in the 13, Angel Rodriguez in the 14, Nathan Barksdale in the 5, Bill Sleep in the 65, and of course, Michael Bollinger in the 0 machine.
David, I had to step on your toes one more time. So we started with you choking on thin air in the beginning of the show, and then we're gonna end by stepping on each other's toes. So, but it was a blast. David, what are your thoughts coming out of this one? A 500 miler, a long, grueling race. We've been at this for over 3.5 hours now, but what are your thoughts as this one draws to a close?
Always a great day. Love to see these guys come out here, give it their all, and of course, we saw some great racing all day long. A 500-mile race is certainly an endurance feat for these drivers, and they put on a great show despite having to be in the car for all 2.5, 3 hours of racing. So they did a great job. Of course, love being up here in the booth and seeing all the things and talking about all the events going on track, and of course, just getting to spend time together. It's been a long time since we've been in the booth, so it's been a great time hanging out with you. And of course, big thank you to Tier 1 Racing League for bringing us on board and letting us put this event on with them.
Yes, and a special thank you to the Tier 1 Studios. Cannot thank Brett Bullard enough in production. He did an amazing job tonight. He's the reason why you're able to see all the graphics. He was the reason why you were able to follow along with this race so well. He is the man behind the curtain, and he was able to put on a great race with us tonight. So shout out to you, Brett. Thank you for from us to Tier 1 Studio for letting David and I come on. It's been a little while since we've been able to do any kind of broadcasting together. It was a lot of fun, but you got to see it all. An electrifying race with a classic finish. A lot of patience was thrown out the window, and yet we were all entertained as it came down to the slimmest of margins at the end of this one. We hope you enjoyed this high-octane matchup here at Daytona by watching the Daytona i500 presented by Maconi Setup Shop. My name is Zach Woods, and for my broadcast partner, David Motisball, and everybody here at Tier 1, we want to wish everybody a good night. Thank you.
Your Twitch and Discord experience to the next level? Introducing Easy Daybot, your ultimate bot for seamless interaction. Whether you're live on Twitch or chatting on Discord, Easy Daybot's dynamic responses open up a whole new world of possibilities. Engage with your community like never before through unique prompts, custom reactions, and endless fun. It's the bot that understands you. Make every day an Easy Day download now at easydaybot.com.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need: Maconi.
We now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Welcome to the Tier 1 Racing League, where precision, competition, and innovation come together to create the ultimate iRacing experience. Every race, every battle, and every moment in T1TS, T1L, T1X, and special events is brought to you by Tier 1 Studios, the premier destination for professional high-quality broadcasts. Tune in and experience racing like never before. Explore everything we have to offer at Tier1RacingLeague.com. From race schedules and standings to event galleries and league signups, it's all there at your fingertips. Join the competition, watch the action, be part of the legacy. Tier 1 Racing League, where champions are made.